Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. So we are live streaming again. Good morning, Edith. I'm happy and sad that we've made it to our last day. We know that we've done a lot of work to get here. And even though this isn't exactly how we had originally planned it, it's been truly a wonderful experience. And don't worry, you'll hear from me again. But I'm really proud of everything that we've done, and I'm excited for our last day, if not a little bit sad as well. All right, so can everyone hear me all right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I get a little bit paranoid sometimes if people can't hear me. All right, so today we are kicking off our third and final day with session 9, which is called Spaces of Knowledge and Healing. This session has 3 papers, and they really all speak to the topic of education, learning, expanding knowledge, and the connection to space. Now, for those of you who might be new or might have forgotten, which no judgment, excuse me, here's how this is going to go. So all of our speakers will speak one after another, at which point I will open everything up for questions. So questions can be submitted by the participants on Zoom. There's a little chat function down on the bottom row. Click that box and send the question to the everyone option. Therefore, I can see it, and then I can take note of it, and so I can ask your question for you. If you are joining us on the live stream, please enter your question. There's a chat box on the right-hand side of the screen, and someone will see it and drop it in here and tell me about it, and then I will ask it for you. Great. I feel like we're ready to begin. Everyone is here. So our first speaker is Matt Deitrant. I apologize if I had to listen to pronunciations. I'm really, really, really bad at such. He is from the University of Cambridge. He completed 2 BA degrees. Congratulations. 1 in history and 1 in art history at Leiden University in the Netherlands, which is quite beautiful, and recently obtained his research MA degree in medieval and early modern history from the same university. He is currently enrolled in the MPhil in History of Art and Architecture program at Cambridge. He is particularly interested in the interrelationship between pre-modern art and theoretical and scientific knowledge. So in that theme, Matt is going to present Healing Through Space, Plague and Mental Health Institutions in the 16th Century Low Country. You have 20 minutes. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you all see it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me. And I will speak indeed today about architectural space, and especially the architectural space of the St. Cecilia Plague Hospital and Madhouse in Leiden. After the siege by Spanish troops of 1574, the city of Leiden in the Netherlands wanted to build a new plague hospital and madhouse, or pest and dollhouse as they called it. The old plague hospital of the city, the monastery Lopsen, had been destroyed before the siege out of strategic considerations. Since the Protestant takeover in the 1570s, the poor relief system of the city was reorganized, and administrators, or gasthuismeesters, of Leiden's main hospital, the St. Catharina Gasthuis, were now responsible for funding and building the new plague hospital and madhouse. And this was the first purposely built plague hospital in Leiden. We are very well informed about the ideas of this new plague hospital because Jan van Hout, Leiden's townsclerk, recorded the plans for the construction on the 7th of May, 1598. In this document you can see here. It's very hard to read, at least I found. This paper will focus on the plans for this new hospital, a plague hospital and madhouse, and will analyze how innovative and traditional knowledge shaped this space. Most recent studies on 15th and 16th century hospital architecture were done in an Italian context. These studies have shown that medical knowledge did shape the architecture of general hospitals. Plague hospitals were shaped by medical theories focused on preventing contamination, but not focused on healing per se. The construction plan of the Leiden Plague Hospital and Madhouse hints at medical knowledge being used in designing the architecture of the hospital. Medical theories are not explicitly mentioned, but the text does mention that the administrators obtained advice about the architecture from 3 medical institutions. These 3 medical institutions were the professors of the Faculty of Medicine from the newly founded Leiden University. And these must have been Gerardus Bontius, here to the left, then Johannes Heurnius and Petrus Pauw. They also obtained advice from the Utrecht Plague Hospital down here, and the plan tells us that they read the 1583 edited volume on the plague by Joachim Camerarius. By reading this book, studying the architecture of the Utrecht Plague Hospital, and reading the plague treatises by Heurnius, Het Nodig Pestboek, and by Pauw, De Tractatus de Peste, we can reconstruct fairly well what the advice to the administrators of the Leiden Plague Hospital could have been. This is especially exciting because the existence of 16th century medicalized hospital architecture outside of Italy, especially for the Low Countries, is still relatively unknown. Let us now connect these medical sources to the architectural shapes of the hospital. The administrators chose an unused former monastery at the edge of the city as the location for the new hospital. So here the red cross indicates the plot of land. They wanted to erect a 3 meters high wall around the outskirts of the plot that would isolate the hospital from the rest of the city. This could have been based on advice from the Utrecht Plague Hospital, which had a similar location and had an isolation strip. One of the professors also said that according to the miasma theory and the contagion theory, it was best to isolate plague victims as much as possible from the rest of the city in order to avoid the plague from spreading. And here you see the remainders of the hospital, how they're nowadays located in the city. I've also tried to make a digital reconstruction based on the architectural plan to give an impression of what the hospital was supposed to look like, and here you see it. The plague victims were not only isolated from the city, but also from each other. 3 wards were designed to ensure that patients of different stages of their illness were housed in different spaces. And here you can see the different wards, 3 wards. 1 ward was reserved for inmates with severe fevers who were in the midst of their disease. The 2nd ward was for plague victims who had the worst behind them and for whom there was hope that they would recover. The 3rd ward was for those patients that were recovering. The advice to categorize and separate inmates into hopeless and hopeful cases can be traced back to medical advice from hernias about cross-contamination and to practices in other poor relief institutions such as houses of discipline or tuchthuizen. A gallery here at the outside at the exterior of the building was designed so that medical staff could get into the ward directly without coming into contact with patients or personnel from other wards. The plague hospital, and the current state you can see a bit on this photo, although you can also see that they didn't execute the plan completely because there's no gallery here and has never been, was not only designed for isolation, but the architecture also tried to create a healthy environment that improved the conditions of the patients. Professors had advised that the wards for plague victims must be as high and airy as possible. And here you see a photo of the interior now. A museum is housed in it, and you can see how high it is. By building the plague hospital on the first floor, the administrators followed this advice. Moreover, the ceiling of the ward itself was 4 meters and 70 centimeters high. The windows at a height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters on both sides of the ward made the space airy. Good clean air could help the healing process, according to Camerius, Pauw, and Hernius. Air of the right temperature, humidity, and complexity inside the ward could sustain the healing process, for good air could balance the hot and humid complexion of plague victims. The north-south orientation of the windows made it possible to catch the purifying northern wind, as Camerius describes it. A little gallery above the box beds was designed so that clothes and bedding could be aired. The orientation of the ward also prevented the sun from shining directly into the ward for most of the day, which is in line with Hernius' advice that plague victims should avoid sun and hotness. Lastly, the professor's advice to put the box beds in the middle of the ward with the backs towards each other so that patients couldn't see one another. You can see here how it could have looked like. This advice could also have been based on the theory of intermission, which stated that everything that is perceived enters the eyes and influences the soul and the physical condition of a person. The successor of Professor Pauw, Florentius, mentions that seeing and even thinking about plague victims impacts the soul and makes people more susceptible for the disease. Hernius says that poisonous air that causes the plague spreads more easily if the heart is heated by sadness. Positioning the box beds in the middle of the room could have been based on the idea that it would influence the emotions of the patients in a positive way. Let us now turn to the madhouse section of the hospital. You can see it down here on the ground floor with all the little cells. In the older historiography, madhouses were seen as inhumane, non-medical institutions with a prison-like architecture. According to Foucault, 16th century madhouses were created to discipline society, and especially those who exhibited deviant behavior through confinement. Within the history of psychiatry, Foucault's ideas have been criticized and nuanced, but the assertion that the madhouse architecture and especially pre-Enlightenment madhouse cells were without any medical purpose still seems to be accepted. The architectural plan for the Leiden madhouse shows, however, that its architecture was medically inspired. It states that the mentally ill should be cared for in a space near the earth in the dark. Hernius clarifies this remark by stating that patients who had phrenesis should be kept far from visual stimuli such as paintings and colors. As soon as they developed a delirium, they should be locked up in a completely dark space. Inmates with mania can also be held in the dark, especially during attacks of madness. The cells were exceptionally well isolated, possibly because Heurnius advised to take away all auditory stimuli for manics. The architecture created a cool environment, which is, according to the Galenic system, good for frenetics and manics. The dark, cool, soundproof cells described in the architectural plan are therefore ideal environments to hold and cure the insane. Not only innovative medical knowledge shaped Leiden's first Protestant hospital, the space was also heavily shaped by traditional, often Catholic expectations of poor relief and healthcare. First of all, the lottery that raised the money for the whole project was full of Catholic imagery. The lottery print that you can see here on the slide shows the hospital as a church-like structure, and it is not very visible on this slide, but in the background there is a preacher giving a speech, which almost hints at the advantages of doing good deeds for the soul, which is a Catholic idea. And the lottery procession, complete with music, had a banner of the plague hospital in the place where the relic should be. Normally in a Catholic context. Secondly, the building was renovated. The building that was renovated was in itself an old Catholic monastery. Many elements, such as the entry gate, were left untouched in the renovation. And although the hospital wards were newly built, they still looked surprisingly similar to a refectory of a monastery. This might have contributed to the fact that, although the civic magistrate tried to change the name of the hospital in a more neutral pest and dollhouse, plague and mad hospital, most citizens for centuries kept referring to the place by its old name, the Saint Cecilia Hospital. Thirdly, the fact that plague victims and the mad, against all medical advice, were cared for in the same civic space can also be traced back to the Catholic past, namely to the religious order of Cellites. The Cellites were dedicated to the 7 works of mercy. You can see them here, and we are not certain, but maybe in the middle panel with the burial, the black men are Cellites, or the men in black robes are Cellites. The 7 works of mercy, and therefore they cared for plague victims and the insane, but also buried the dead and visited prisoners. Cellites were well represented in the northern Netherlands, with 54 monasteries. The Leiden Cellites buried plague victims and looked after 16 insane, whom they kept probably in cells behind their monastery. The association of plague victims with the mentally ill was, because of the Cellites, so strong that even after the Reformation, both groups were put in the same building. This happened, for example, in Amsterdam, in post-Reformation Amsterdam, The Hague, Haarlem, Rotterdam, and, as we have seen, in Leiden. Let us finally reflect for a bit on the meaning of the use of these different types of knowledge in shaping hospital space on a more abstract level. What kind of space did the use of knowledge create? Medical knowledge created, of course, a medicalized space with its own discourse. In this space, sunlight, air, the dark, and emotions were not as innocent as in the normal world, but elements that heavily influence someone's physical constitution. Through this space, some behaviors were normalized, for example, being cared for and staying in bed the whole day, while others were discouraged, like walking around and being noisy. This space was clearly demarcated by an entrance, everyone going through that gate transformed from a citizen into either an inmate or a medical specialist. Patients who could not decipher the architectural medical signifiers still would probably have understood the hospital as a medical space with medical discourse. This was because they could have associated the traditional Catholic poor relief architecture that was quoted in the hospital as a medical space. This invites us also to think about how new knowledge is often embedded in traditional expectations in order to fit into society. We know from different sources that around this time, the civic government of Leiden was interested in, as how Foucault would call it, disciplining society. The fact that the Leiden's madhouse was founded on medical principles means that the medicalization of deviant behavior might have started in the Low Countries 2 centuries earlier than Foucault and others assumed. The medical character of the madhouse was probably strengthened by medical connotations citizens had with plague hospitals. For as we have seen, plague hospitals in the Low Countries were medical institutions. At the same time, the space itself could have functioned as a signifier for societal unwantedness and social otherness. If we look from a more symbolic perspective to the hospital complex, we can see that the civic space connects medical and architectural opposites. Plague victims were cared for in a high, light, airy space surrounded by people who were passive, where, well, the mentally ill were put in a dark, low, earthy space without being able to hear and see anyone. The architecture united these two opposite worlds in one building, but at the same time, the architecture ensured that these different groups of people, that the people of these two different worlds practically could never meet. Conclude. The architecture of the plague hospital and madhouse, in the architecture of the plague chemical innovators. He had an architect legitimize removing certain groups from society to discipline or cure them. This case study showed of mental institutions placed Low Countries earlier than previously thought. And for your attention.
All right, sorry, Max. I think we had a little bit of a odd. Did we lose you? I think we lost you. Oh, unfortunately, I think we just lost Max. He fell prey to terrible internet, unfortunately. Hopefully he will pop. Oh, there he is. Let's see if we can get him back. Okay.
I'm sorry. No.
Yes, we're having a little trouble, I think. Your connection seems to be a bit wobbly. Oh, yes, you have all red bars. Can you hear us okay, Matt?
I'm sorry.
No, unfortunately, we can't really hear you. Okay.
Yeah.
Better? No. All right. Okay. Oh, I think we lost him again. That's okay. This is the joy of doing things virtually, and also one of the potential pitfalls. So, Matt, we might pop back to you for a kind of a quick wrap up, but I think just to keep our time, we're going to have to move forward. But thank you very much. That was incredibly informative, and those are some really wonderful renderings. It gave us a really good sense of what the space looked like at the time and how, you know, how people, how air, and unfortunately how disease would move through these spaces. So thank you very much. Our next presenter is Christine Biege. I apologize. She's from the Freie Universität of Berlin. So Christine is a research associate and lecturer in the art history department at the same university. She's received degrees in art history, modern history, and museology from the University of Munster in 2004, Heidelberg, and the École de Louvre Paris in 2008. As a research associate, she worked at the Department of Architecture at the Technical University of Dortmund, where she completed her PhD thesis on the topic of Marcello Fanzettini's urbanistic projects in 2014. Her thesis was awarded the Hans Janssen Prize of the Göttingen, Academy of Science and the Humanities in 2014. Congratulations. Sorry, we're so late on our congratulations. Currently, she's working on the architecture of anatomical theaters in early modern period with a special interest on the relationship between space and knowledge making. So today she will be regaling us with knowledge making between art and science, the integration of anatomical theaters into the hospital architecture in Modena, Frankfurt, and Paris in the 18th century. Christine, if you would.
Okay, so I would try to share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, and can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Perfect, okay. So first of all, I would like to thank you for having organized such a great conference and also for giving me the opportunity to present some aspects of my current research project on anatomical theaters, as you already mentioned. And as the project touches on various spheres of early modern knowledge making, and I'm still trying to find my way into these different research fields, I'm especially happy to be among so many experts of hospital studies today, and therefore every comment will be appreciated. Okay. In contrast to the hospitals of the Islamic world, and thus also of the Iberian Peninsula, where the training of future doctors at the bedside has always been an integral part of medical education, medical studies in Christian Europe remain confined to the universities for a long time. After anatomy had found its way into the Italian medical faculties in the 15th century, the first ephemeral wooden stands were erected in Padua, Bologna, and elsewhere, which were referred to as anatomical theatres and became the venue for public dissections. The focus of these academic anatomies was not applied medicine, but natural philosophical interest in the structure of the human body and its relationship to the divine order. In Padua, for example, the anatomist Fabrizio d'Acquapendente built a permanent anatomy theatre on the first floor of the University Palazzo in 1594, whose demonstrative integration into the core space of the university, immediately adjacent to the medical lecture hall, emphasized the scholarly character of anatomy. In the darkened room, he illustrated to the audience by candlelight a natural philosophy based on Aristotle using selected organs. In the following, I would like to use 3 examples to trace how the anatomical theaters migrated from the universities to the building program of hospitals and what this says about a changed understanding of medical education and research. In doing so, it will become clear how one and the same phenomenon, namely the establishment of anatomical theaters in the structural context of a hospital, was brought about by locally different expectations and concepts of science. In Europe, which was shaped by scholasticism, practical medicine had to fight for its social standing alongside medical philosophy. One strategy of the surgeon's guilds was therefore to adopt the anatomical theatre as a spatial form from universities. The anatomical theatres of the Surgeons' Guild of London, built by Inigo Jones in 1637, you see 2 pictures above, and Paris, built by the Joubert brothers in 1691, you see 2 pictures also on the slide, demonstrate by their design and furnishing the claim of the hitherto lowly craft to social prestige and an expansion of its own powers through an academization of its activity. Both theatres were built directly adjacent to the existing seat of the guild, not in connection with a hospital. While the anatomical theatre in London, as a Theatrum Mundi, thematized the relationship between the human microcosm and the divine macrocosm, the anatomical theatre of the Joubert brothers relied on the mythical genealogy of medical authors and anatomists from Hermes to Swammerdam as founding fathers of the rising discipline. The entire pictorial program culminated in the apex of the dome with the figure of Apollo, the sun god, which coincided with the lantern designed as a crown, a sign of the royal foundation. Latin inscriptions referred to the literacy and thus erudition of the surgeons. In Paris, it is said, quotation, "In the amphitheatres of barbarian antiquity, mortals were taught the art and shortening their days. Here, in a more sensitive way, one learns the means of lengthening the course of life. Not only natural philosophical knowledge, but also an improvement in surgical procedures is the goal of the anatomists here, who train surgeons for the royal military in particular." The fact that a learned dissection had no direct use for medical therapy and diagnostics for a long time was due to the so-called humoral theory, which explained the causes of diseases from an imbalance of the bodily fluids. It was only with the discovery of the circulation of the blood by William Harvey and the turn towards organic causes of disease that anatomical research gained importance for the understanding of diseases beyond surgery. At the same time, efforts developed to dovetail the studies and practical training of medical students more closely. Axel Kahrenberg describes how Hermann Francke ensured in Halle in 1708 that a voluntary collegium clinicum held by professors in the orphanage was added to the training in the lecture hall. The hospital was not only a place of learning for young doctors, but also for theologians who had to strive for the salvation of the soul. The Frankfurt physician and natural scientist Johann Christian Senckenberg had also studied in Halle in 1730, and he committed himself to the promotion of medical science and better healthcare with a foundation in his own town. His predecessors had already planned the construction of an anatomical theatre in the 1720s, together with a pharmaceutical laboratory and a meeting room of the Collegium Medicum as a health center. However, this had no connection with a hospital. In order to build a temple of science, as Senckenberg himself has put it, Senckenberg acquired a plot of land at the Eschenheimer Gate in 1766, where he had a foundation and residence with library, collections, and chemical laboratory built by 1776, in addition to the botanical gardens, with a greenhouse and an anatomical theatre. In 1771, he also laid the foundation stone for a citizens' hospital, as you can see here on the foundation deed. Senckenberg, who was close to the Pietists, had not only been able to see the anatomical theatre built in 1727 at the University of Halle, but also the anatomical theatre built in 1737 in Göttingen, where he had taken his doctorate in the same year. So here you see on the left, this is the anatomical theatre of Halle, built by Koschwitz, and on the right, you see the one of Göttingen, built by Albrecht von Haller. While Koschwitz and Halle had the granary, which had previously been used as the princely comedy house, converted at his own expense, Halle and Göttingen had prevailed upon the university to build him an independent anatomical institute with an adjoining botanical garden. While Senckenberg took over the integration of anatomy into the training of future doctors from Halle, Göttingen showed him the possibilities of an anatomical research through empirical investigation. However, as far as the location and shape of the anatomical theatre was concerned, Senckenberg's design differed from those in Halle and Göttingen. Senckenberg's anatomical theatre was located directly opposite the Plätt-Bürgerhospital, Citizens Hospital, and was thus also spatially related to practical health care. The building was designed as a two-story domed octagonal central building with two single-story annexes, which were to house the anatomical kitchen and the dissection room, as you see on the right side. So here, this is the anatomical kitchen and the preparation room, the anatomical theatre. Here you see with the dome and the lantern. The lower third of the main room was dominated by the rotatable dissection table, 3 rows of seats, and a circumferential gallery. So this is here, this circumferential gallery, and you see the dissection table and the seating here. A gallery led to the 2 neighboring wings. The foundation deed states about the furnishing of the room. Above the side doors, there are 2 glass cabinets for anatomical preparations, and in the 8 corners, there are just as many niches with skeletons. So you have to imagine that here also skeletons were exposed. This building was not inspired by the anatomical theatres of the universities, but by the one of the Parisian Surgeons Guild, which, as a solitary structure, offered a kind of temple of the art of dissection, as you see here. Instead of the crown, however, the lantern in Frankfurt closed with the figure of Saturn or Kronos with hourglass and skeet as a sign of transience. The skeletons on display, which already characterized the anatomical theatre of Leyden, are also to be understood as vanity symbols, thus continuing a Protestant tradition. Apart from a kinship with other anatomical theatres and Baroque church buildings by Balthasar Neumann, for example, so I only put an image here of a chapel of Balthasar Neumann to make obvious this kind of relationship. There is also a formal connection to the typology of the garden pavilion as a glance at the sound house of Heidecksburg Castle in Rudolstadt makes clear. So you see on the right side here, this former garden pavilion transformed into a house of sound. The location in the garden, the octagonal ground plan, the pilaster structure, as well as the curved hip roof, bring this place of princely performances into connection with Senckenberg's setting of dissection and elevate the anatomical theatre to a noble place in nature for an occupation to be regarded as noble as natural. The target audience of the show sections were interested high school students, city doctors of Frankfurt, and medical practitioners from outside who wanted to further their education in anatomy. While Senckenberg's anatomy was not initially integrated into any regular medical studies, it gave rise to Frankfurt's medical faculty in the 19th century. At the same time as in Frankfurt, an anatomical theatre was built in Modena directly adjacent to a hospital. The institution, which belonged to the medical faculty of the University of Modena, had been located in the granary of the Palazzo Ducale from 1698 until 1713 as in Halle. However, after this had been converted into a princely theatre, the teaching sections had to be held. The sections had to be held elsewhere. At the request of the students, the hospital administration agreed to provide premises for both practical dissection and theoretical lectures. In the Grande Spedale, newly built in 1753, medical students, nurses, and other clinical staff were taught anatomy by professors of medicine and hospital doctors. When a new university seat and potential premises for an anatomical theatre were finally to be built in the form of the Collegio San Carlo, the anatomist Antonio Scarpa explicitly advocated that the facility be built on the grounds of the hospital. Under the architectural direction of Lorenzo Toschi, a two-story building with an octagonal main room and two adjoining rooms as anatomical kitchen and preparation room was built in Modena in 1775. 5 oval tiers ran around the central section table, ending in a circumferential gallery. As you can see here, this is the tiers and the gallery, and here you see the anatomical theatre with the kitchen and the preparation room. Above the doors in the vestibule were 4 terracotta, instead of a gallery, the theatre room was preceded by a vestibule, which was part of a transverse corridor providing access to the neighboring rooms. So this is the vestibule, and here you have the corridor. Above the doors in the vestibule were 4 terracotta busts of famous anatomists from Modena. The front of the building, divided by lodges, formed a common inner courtyard with the 3 wings of the hospital. The church of San Nicolo, which had previously stood on this side, was moved to the rear and thus lost its central position within the hospital complex. The architecture no longer emphasized Christian mercy, but rather practical training and scientific observation of the human body itself. The university assumed the costs of the construction, and Scarpa explicitly cited the anatomical theatre of Padua as a model. But even if he had deliberately obtained a wooden model of the room in question, it seems to have been less the form than the symbolism of learned anatomy associated with the theatre that was the inspiration here. The anatomy was to be recognizable as an academic institution in the hospital complex. With his private foundation, Senckenberg had combined the theory and practice of medicine in one institution for the benefit of Frankfurt's citizens. In Modena, Scarpa had ensured that the already existing cooperation between university and hospital was also structurally visible and that an anatomical theatre was added to the hospital. In Paris, on the other hand, a new building of the Surgeons Guild became the academic umbrella institution into which a kind of exemplary hospital was integrated. Bringing forward the argument of training excellent surgeons for the military, Germain Pichot de la Martinière convinced the king to have the architect Jacques Gondouin build a monumental surgical academy in 1774 with funds from the Trésor Royal. The University Collège de Bourgogne had to make way for the building. Behind an ionic portico, a three-winged complex opens up around an inner courtyard, as you can see here. So here you enter this inner courtyard. The central axis of the inner courtyard is dominated by a portico whose Corinthian columns jump in front of the Ionic colonnade. As a reminiscence of an anatomy that emerged from ancient cultic practices, Gondouin's anatomical theatre appears in the guise of a Roman temple. So here you see the front, and if you enter here, you directly watch at this temple motif. The pediment relief is adorned with a depiction of Podalier and Macaon, the sons of Aesculapius, symbolizing the theory and practice of medicine and celebrating their union on an altar. Behind the pediment, in the center of the whole complex, is the anatomical theatre in the form of an exact semicircle spanned by a half dome with covered ceiling and opaion directly modeled on the Pantheon. According to Gondouin, the room held 1,400 listeners, 14 professors taught the different parts of anatomy. The room was open every day and accessible to everyone. Absolute publicity and extensive knowledge of the art marked the place as a universal center of science. On the ground floor of the eastern wing, there was a hospital for men and one for women in which extraordinary surgical diseases were observed and treated. Here, therefore, the sick served the progress of teaching and research rather than vice versa. As objects of study, they completed in a certain sense the collection of anatomical preparations on the upper floor. Referring to the older concept of the body as a book of nature, we might also link the function of the hospital to that of the library on the first floor. In 1794, the Academy of Surgery was transformed into a general École de Médecins, which was absorbed into the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Paris in 1806. Let us summarize. While the surgeons' guilds of the Iberian Peninsula, be it in Valencia, be it in Madrid, held their dissections throughout the early modern period in rooms set up specifically for this purpose in the Hospital General, a structural connection between anatomical theatres and hospitals took place in the Christian-influenced countries of Europe, especially in the second half of the 18th century. The examples shown make it clear that the spatial form of the anatomical theatre was explicitly used to illustrate the scholarly status of medicine. In Frankfurt and Paris, these institutions later gave rise to proper universities. Although with the Enlightenment, the focus on organic causes of illness and death increased, and the old connection between microcosm and macrocosm dissolved, anatomy remained part of a religious endeavor in which the beauty of creation was read as a proof of the existence of God. By uniting all Christian beliefs in this rational argument of proof of God, anatomy turned empirical science in itself into an instance of truth postulated as neutral. The connection between the anatomical theatre and the hospital could therefore be read as an expression of an upgrading of the practical healing profession towards the empirical knowledge of God. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and perfectly timed. The one in Paris is truly amazing. The one that's like half a Roman temple. I mean, there must have been so much spectacle to be able to go and sit and see and be in that space to truly, merge science and learning with kind of this historical memory. Yes.
Yeah.
Does it still exist, or?
Yeah, it still exists, and also there is the medical faculty, and they still have this anatomical theatre as lecture hall. But unfortunately, the whole decoration has been how do you say removed. So now you have kind of very clinical impression, which also is interesting because I think. I would also later on love to talk about the conditioning of let's say modern ideas of science that condition our view on these historical spaces. Yeah.
Well, we will definitely come back to that. Thank you so much. So our final presenter is actually unable to be here. However, he did send his presentation in his stead, which is recorded, so I don't have to read it, which is great. So we will all be enjoying that in a moment. So let me just introduce, introduce Manuel Antonio Pereira Couto's paper. So Manuel has a master's degree in history from the University of Porto, which he received in 2009, with a dissertation entitled Diseases and Patients at the Divina Providencia Hospital at Villarreal at Trás-os-Montes, 1796 to 1836. He is currently a researcher with the CITCEM, Transdisciplinary Research Center, Culture, Space, and Memory, as well as the CEPESE, the Research Center for the Study of Population, Economy, and Society, both of which are held at the University of Porto. His output includes academic and cultural content for academic institutions, museums, and cultural projects such as Glorybus, Gestão Integrada do Patrimônio Cultural. So, unless Manuel has suddenly joined us. He hasn't. Okay, so I'm going to share his video. Bear with me for a second. Yeah. Oh, apologies.
Anna, I think
Yes.
in the bottom of the screen, share screen, you have to click in the two boxes, share screen and share sound.
Network for the History of Hospitals the opportunity to present this communication entitled The Origin of Villarreal Hospital, Hygienist Guidelines and Architecture for a Modern Assistance Practice, 1796-1844. In the historical study of hospitals assistance, knowing the buildings or the space where action took place, it's important. Variables such as simplicity or complexity could be linked to the existing clinical staff, and most obvious, to better understand the rates of occupation. We propose to highlight some of these topics. The case of study that we present dates from the end of the 18th century on a small Portuguese village called Vila Real Trás-os-Montes. Located at the northeastern corner of Portugal, an inland region isolated and poor, closely related with the Portuano culture, Vila Real was a crossing point on the main road that led to the Spain border at north and to the Douro River at south, the main route to get to the city of Oporto. According to the historical sources, until the year of 1795, the unique place at Vila Real, called Hospital, was located just at the entrance of the villa, close to the main road. Nearby, the northern gate of the city walls into St. Dominic's convent, on the main square of the village. To the south sits the Old Square, a smaller and more ancient site of the city. This so-called hospital was more a kind of medieval hospice, a small one, usually intended for pilgrims. Carrying out the medieval tradition of Christian charity, it was attached to a small chapel. This is why it was known by the name of Holy Spirit Chapel or Chapel's Hospital. At there, the pilgrims, the poor and beggars were helped and sheltered, with little more than a sleeping place, as to say, a simple kind of camp bed or coat. As happened all over Europe, by the end of the 18th century, an increase of the needed ones occurred at Vila Real. Sources report many sick people, poor and beggars, ended up sheltering under the arches of the square, neglected and dying, they said. Facing this situation, quickly came into action a traditional and important Portuguese institution, the Mercy Brotherhood, in Portuguese, Santa Casa da Misericórdia. The Mercy Brotherhoods were institutions dedicated to help the poor people, orphans, widows, prisoners, pilgrims, and sick. This was done through the fulfillment of what is called the 14 Works of Mercy. Inspired in the Holy Bible and based on the Catholic tradition, they intend to be actions of compassion and penitence. They were divided in 7 spiritual and 7 corporal ones. Among the corporal, we have feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, clothe the naked, shelter the homeless, visit the sick, ransom the captive, and at last bury the dead. To fulfill some of these obligations, the Misericordias as an institution promoted the installation of hospitals by 2 ways: using existing houses or, when possible, building new ones. We present here 2 cases from Lisbon and Oporto City. This happened all over the Portuguese Empire, and by this way the Mercy Brotherhoods become the main Portuguese institution devoted to the administration of hospitals. In fact, it was so until the 20th century. Here we show a picture of the existing hospital in the city of Porto, St. Anthony's Hospital. It was a former Oporto Misericordia Hospital. About the city's increase of poor and sick people, we must not forget the risk linked to this itinerant population, namely the fear and blaming about the spread of contagious diseases. It seems that the initiative of the Misericordia Brotherhood was welcomed by the rich people, and on March 1796 they rented the upstairs of a house located nearby the Brotherhood's church in order to install a hospital. Here they established the hospital, certainly a more capable structure than the medieval Holy Spirit Chapel. Immediately they sheltered 7 sick people that were lying under the arches of the square. Praising to the divine intervention, so it was said, they credited their achievement to divine providence. That's why it was called Divine Providence Hospital, the name by it was known for decades thereafter. Shortly before, they collected more money and a house was acquired further to the south, on the old square. This building was arranged to function as an hospital, the second one. On October 1796, few months after the installation of the first Divina Providencia Hospital, they moved the infirm to this new place. The sources just refer that there were rooms with an oratory and a hall for the administration reunions. It didn't have its own apothecary. It was supplied by the St. Dominic's convent. We know that by a document dated from January 1817. This was the Villarreal Hospital for 27 years, from 1796 to 1823. In 1809, during the Napoleonic Wars, Villarreal was attacked. At that moment, a man played a decisive role, Francisco Fonseca. The successful actions of this general gave him a lot of status, mainly on Villarreal, where he was settled. Among the important positions that he assumed, one was the role of leading administrator of the Villarreal's Mercy Brotherhood. So by the year 1816, under his management, he and his fellow brothers took in action a plan to build a new hospital from scratch, to replace the house where the hospital was established. But at first sight, it doesn't seem to make sense. The sources tell us about improvements done shortly before in the house, and they praise the existing hospital, as they said in documents. So, why such a decision was taken? In our opinion, the real reason for this endeavor was a matter of status. First, an urban renewal was undergoing at the village. The most visible consequence was the demolition of the arches that bounded the old square. And second, the leading administrator, General Francisco Fonseca, was building its own manor house nearby, on neoclassical style. So, this was the context in which took place the debate about which would be the best place for the settlement of the new hospital. We can say, without a doubt, that many people were involved in this debate. The first ones were the Brotherhood administration, also the City Council, because as a public institution of governance, they were responsible for matters concerning to public health and the water supply, a matter of great importance for any hospital. On January 1817, the decision was made. In a meeting, they decided that the best place for the new hospital was the old square. Reading carefully the documents that reports the decision, two things draws our attention. The reference to a report presented on the meeting. This report was signed by the physician Francisco Rubião, in which he defends the options of the old square. and we see in the documents using expressions such as, and I quote, the site they propose, or built under medical precepts, end of quoting. Taking into account this information, there is no doubt that physicians were directly involved in the process. But what were the criteria then? The analysis of the space and building itself as it exists today lead us to hypothesize that they considered contemporary theories on hospital architecture and medical geography. They certainly paid attention to practical reasons, such as the land cost, the connection to main streets, and the access to water supply. But some hypotheses can be established. It cannot be overlooked that squares were essential spaces on urban organization, and by that mean considered on medical treaties to be the best places for the settlement of hospitals. Precisely in a treaty entitled For the People's Health Conservation, the famous Portuguese physician Ribeiro Sanches said, "The squares guard and distribute the necessary things for the conservation of the inhabitants." Ribeiro Sanches was a disciple of Boerhaave, was the personal physician of Catherine the Great, Empress Regnant of all Russia. He was physician on the Russian armies, and during that time he studied and wrote about military hospitals and venereal diseases, matter in which he was considered an authority at the time. By that fact, he wrote several articles for the encyclopedia at the request of D'Alembert and Diderot. The people's health conservation was very certainly known by the doctors who signed the report mentioned above, and also it was surely known by the most eminent members of the Brotherhood administration, first and foremost Francisco Fonseca, as a military man. Looking at the orientation of the building, as it presents today, we have a correspondence with the logic of solar orientation, advocated by theoreticians of medical architecture. Ribeiro Sanches itself defended that the healthiest implantation was in high places and towards the south. So is the case of the Divina Providencia Hospital, located facing a promontory. Once the construction of the hospital was decided, in an assembly that took place on January 1817, they ordered the beginning of the construction of the new hospital. Unfortunately, the sources consulted do not provide any detailed description of the progress of the works. We only have some scattered news on this subject. However, a summary chronology can be made. In 1821, part of the facade was done, at least a wall panel with 2 doors and a balcony. In 1822, 2 nurseries were built on the southwest side of the building. And in 1823 October, the first patients were transferred to this hospital, from the second place. The building was able to accommodate patients, we can say it. But what were the conditions for that? What conditions will these be? Of course, the nurseries were essential, but could this be the only requirement? In September 1823, a month before the transfer of the patients, the hospital chapel was blessed. According to the plan, the hospital chapel was sited in the central body of the building, that is, the south facade, the first section to be built. The existence of the chapel was an important event if we consider that the hospital was a space where body healers, physicians, and soul healers, priests, operate side by side. In a mental framework in which the prospect of death was always present, the divine was fundamental. So, we can say that by the year 1823, the hospital met the conditions for the fulfillment of the works of mercy. As we can see, the existence of a more capable building had an impact on the rates of patients admitted. We present here a graphic from 1821 to 1843. Also, the number of the staff, the people working at the hospital, has increased, as we can see in this table and presenting the staff in the year 1826. By 1837, the cloister will be ready, or at least a large part of it. The check-in books indicate the existence of 4 infirmaries where the patients were distributed. In 1840, the pharmacy began to function. The facade of the old Divina Providence Hospital shows an example of neoclassicist taste, completely apart from the Baroque trend that marked this region. Probably, it was inspired on the administrator Francisco Fonseca's manor house. The building facade has an advanced central axis, topped by a triangular pediment. In the center of the building, as we have seen, were the chapel. From this axis, the side panels of the building are symmetrically distributed, torn by the 8 windows on each floor, a crucial element for the ventilation of the building, a key item on the miasmatical theory, the prevalent one at this time. In conclusion, it is our belief that the location of the new hospital was chosen according to a combination of practical reasons with medical precepts, as the sources reveal. Today, we can see the option for neoclassical style, but more important, the location on what was the old square, the choice of experts for a square, and important also the solar orientation. Signs that indicate that most certainly contemporary medical treatises and theories had a role. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So unfortunately, Manuel can't be here to answer those questions, but hopefully, excuse me, hopefully you can kind of internalize them and think about them in the context of the papers that have also been presented in this session. Matt, how are you doing with your internet?
I hope it is better now, but if I switch off my camera, then it is to. Hopefully, I will stay connected. If the internet becomes crappy again, then hopefully I stay connected if I switch off my camera. But yeah.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Whatever you need to do. If you just want to, no, I understand. If you just want to give a quick summary of your conclusions, because we kind of missed them. Thanks to, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, well, my conclusions were very brief. I said, in conclusion, the architecture of the Plague Hospital and Madhouse, the administrators have found a balance between traditional expectations and medical innovative ideas. Using medical knowledge in architecture legitimized removing certain groups from society to discipline and or cure them. And this case study showed that the medicalization of architecture of mental institutions took place in the Low Countries earlier than previously thought. That was it.
Thank you. That was very succinct. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm just scrolling back a little bit. Well, it seems that Fritz provided something more of a comment than a question, which I think you answered, Christine, but I don't want people to miss out. So Fritz, thank you for your great presentation, agreed. Regarding Germany, you might take a look at the anatomical theater of the University of the Ingolstadt, today in Munich, erected in 1735, and since the 1970s, housing the Deutsches Medical Historisches Museum. I'm so sorry, I don't speak German, which is going to open again very soon and focusing on 18th century medicine and of course anatomy. The director, Professor Rusinger, is an excellent scholar regarding the history of anatomy. You thanked him for that. So, but just so everyone could hear it, I didn't want people to miss out. Thank you, Fritz, for that comment. Carol Rockcliffe has a question for Matt. First, she thanks everyone for their wonderful papers. Thank you, Carol. What provisions were made for the spiritual health of the plague victims, many of whom would be near death? I assume there was a hospital chapel?
Yeah, well, that's indeed a very interesting point, especially also with John Henderson's book in mind. But the strange thing is that in Protestant, or in like, as far as I've seen in hospitals after the Reformation, or like during the Reformation in the Low Countries, they don't have a chapel because that probably was seen as Catholic or something. And I try to find costs for a preacher or a priest coming to dying patients to like, yeah, give them spiritual guidance, but I couldn't find any. But the interesting thing is also that of course it was a former monastery, and it seems as if the paintings and the religious paintings were just kept in the hospital the whole time, because they still have them in the 18th century, and we know that some of the paintings were medieval and were made for that monastery. So it seems as if they did have like the old Catholic religious paintings still somewhere in the hospital, but they didn't have a chapel, and as far as I know, they also didn't hire a priest for spiritual guidance. So it's it's quite fascinating. but I can't say much about it, unfortunately.
Thank you. It's a bit. Could they request for someone to be brought in case they required some kind of spiritual comfort, or is there just no evidence one way or the other?
So I've done this research mainly during COVID time, so the archive was limited available. But in the documents that I've seen, they don't record it, but yeah, I assume that they of course had, yeah, they must have had some spiritual guidance, right? And also there has been written a quite good study on different forms of healthcare in the city of Leiden, and then you see that only the really poor people would go to the plague hospital and to the mental institution, and especially people who were cared for outside of the that hospital would have the priest would come to their houses to give spiritual guidance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. I know COVID has really derailed a lot of our research, but you did great with what you had. Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on what Christine started talking about after the end of her paper about the transition of the space of the anatomical hospital in Paris from this kind of Roman temple into this new, more modern space, but keeping the same structure but changing kind of the decorations and stuff. Would you mind expanding on that, please?
Yeah, I think this is really fascinating because while a lot of anatomical theaters haven't been looked at, let's say, in an art historical way, because they were understood as, let's say, tools or instruments of anatomy, this anatomical theater of Gondwan always also played a role in the whole debate about, let's say, architectural theory in France, because there is this classicism arising that becomes, let's say, kind of style for all public institutions, and so one could argue that this way of presenting the anatomical theater and the whole College of the Surgeons is also a way to making explicit the public role and finance of this institution, but I didn't have the time. Oh, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't have the time to say that Gondwan also had plans to change the square in front of the whole building, and wanted to transform an existing building into a prison, and to give it a very let's say monumental and but archaic and closed atmosphere, and then also moving an existing church. And so there is the argument that these three different buildings on the side, in their way of presentation, in their style, were more thought in a historistic way, so that the style used becomes also a way of showing the function and the ideal function behind it. And in that way, the anatomical theater of Gondwan is also read as a kind of establishing a new typology for scientific architecture, and trying to make a genealogy from an antique learning and but also cult, let's say, in seeing a truth. And so this whole anatomical theater also becomes a kind of symbol for this conception of modern science as a kind of, let's say, rational relation. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Matt, back to you. You're very fortunate. There's actually two scholars of early modern plague here, so they both have questions for you. John asked, thank you for your fascinating paper. Can you tell us more about the actual medical treatment that was practiced in the plague hospital? How many people were treated, and do we know anything about the outcome?
Yeah, again, as far as I know, I haven't tried to study this extensively, and as far as I know, there are also not that many sources on that. But we know that there were, in the end, 40 beds, and then divided for like women and men. And during the medical faculty of Leiden University had the professors agreed with the hospital that they could also give lessons like at the site of beds, and I don't think that happened during the plague, but during non-plague times, normal patients were treated there in the hospital, and they. Yeah, actually, as soon as with the next big plague outbreak, the hospital space is not sufficient in terms of like capacity, so they have to erect a new wooden building outside of the city, and then 50 years later they decide to build a whole new plague hospital. But I don't know anything about deaths, and as far as I know, if the material is there to research that, I think it hasn't been done yet. So yeah, I'm sorry. That's that's the answer I can give.
That's fine. We understand. Research is an ongoing process. So, yes. And hopefully you'll be able to travel back to Leiden soon, yeah, and have a look at the sources. Also, Jane has a question for you. She thanks you for your paper. I was struck by the two different worlds argument of your paper and wondered whether in Leiden, as in northern Italy, one symptom of the plague was seen to be frenzy, and therefore how such similarities there might have been seen to be between the bodies and the minds of some of the patients.
Yeah, I've also indeed looked into that, because as far as I have seen, not the three professors that gave the advice for the architecture, but some later professors do say that indeed, like, the plague can lead to a delirium and to frenziness, and that and in the plague hospital in Amsterdam, where they also combine medical the mental institution with the plague house, they also seem to reference that, like, it is convenient because the mental health expertise is there. But my impression is that, like, it is because at the same time they also advise very much like, oh, the plague is very contagious or very, very dangerous, keep everyone away from it. So my impression is that it's more that tradition and also convenience is more the reason to put them in the same institution than that it really has medical reasons, because it seems as if they more like to in Amsterdam more try to justify with medical reasons that they put them together than that it's really based on like that it is just quite dangerous, I would say. And what was I going to say? Yeah, and of course, during if there's no plague, you see often that the mental institution expands to also the plague ward, or that they use the plague ward for other sick people. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to both of our speakers. It was really enjoyable to hear both of your papers and to hear about such incredible, also just to see such incredible spaces. Thank you for such good imagery. It's always extremely helpful when you visualize how knowledge and medicine kind of clash, or in some cases, or work together in others to create these spaces. So thank you to both of our speakers. We will be taking a short 15-minute break, and we will be returning at 10:45 Lisbon time. So enjoy your break, and we will be back with the medical and cultural heritage of hospitals. Thank you, everyone.
Hello,
Hello,
John.
Edith.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning to you.
Do you read what I put in chat for you?
Yes. Sorry?
Yes. So I write start, and you can start. Okay.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And we're beginning at 1:45. Is that right? In 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. And all the speakers are here.
All of them.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
A record.
Yes.
It's going to be quite a crowd. It's quite a full session.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have all of them. Yeah. And because you have some seconds from the difference from Zoom to YouTube, I ask you to wait a little.
Of course, yes.
Yes.
And you will put any questions from YouTube into the chat.
Yes, if there are
Right.
questions in YouTube, we copy them to this chart.
Fabulous! It's all been working incredibly well. Well done.
Thank you.
Fantastic! It really is. It's been amazing, I must say. And all the sessions have been good. It's so unusual.
Yes, we are having very good papers. Yes.
Very, yeah.
Very,
Absolutely
very.
It's very unusual. It's really great. Yeah, you have done an amazing job, I must say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Am I visible? I don't know if I'm rather white.
Yes.
Great. I know.
Yes.
I could pull down the blinds. That might make it better. Today we have sun. I think that's a bit better. Okay.
Yes, we can see you very clear. Yes.
Oh, great,
It's okay.
great. It's quite difficult seeing oneself because it's not necessarily the image that other people see. Anna, hi.
Hi, John.
You have been doing an incredible job with all your chairing. Well done.
I am honestly the most awkward here.
Your sessions have been fantastic. I mean, there's extraordinary papers, aren't there?
Oh, first off, we just had such a plethora to choose from the beginning. It was,
Yeah.
we remember the process and how hard it was just to narrow it to these
Indeed,
papers.
yes.
Exceptionally fortunate in what we, and you know, in who we chose and what has been presented.
They've been extraordinary, yeah, absolutely.
I couldn't help but regaling my husband last night about the pictures the images that Zahara had in her paper from Ottoman hospitals.
Oh, they're remarkable, weren't they?
I mean, it makes you jealous as a medievalist because we just don't have anything like that.
We've got lots of beautiful devotional images, though.
Yes, we do. And some of our buildings, and some of our buildings even surprised some.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as we've been seeing. Yeah, it's all been fantastic.
Yes, we've been very fortunate. But it does make me nostalgic for our in-person conferences.
Oh, I know. Well, maybe we can have another session in person. Let's hope. We must plan our next conference carefully so there's no epidemic.
Hopefully 2 years we'll have at least a 10-year respite before something.
I very much hope so.
Oh,
yes.
I'm honestly hoping when I die, it'll happen after I die. It'll be someone else's problem.
Well, I want to get to my archives like everybody else. So frustrating.
I know. I'm so behind on my research because I can't go anywhere.
Exactly. Yes.
I know. It's sad. The recent volume on Siena just came out, and they were going to do a book launch in Siena, and I was like, oh, we can go back, and then they were like, it's not happening.
I know. Terrible. That was the last time I was in. That was the last time I was in Italy, actually. So that's almost well over a year. Yeah. Very different. I hope to go back for a month or 6 weeks or something in the autumn. That's my intention. But I'm sort of not making any definite plans yet.
I would not. I don't make it now. I don't think I make plans past like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's too complicated. No.
Here we are.
So everyone is here. I checked.
Great.
So I think you can start. Edith?
Shall I begin?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, now.
Okay, great. Well, welcome to everybody to the 10th session, which is Medical and Cultural Heritage of Hospitals. As usual, we shall have the same rules. So each paper with a maximum of 5 minutes, 5 minutes of 20 minutes. And then 5 minutes before the end of your paper, as Anna did, I will raise my hand. If, however, you haven't finished after 20 minutes, I will break in with my voice. So beware. So we have 4 exciting papers in this session. From the early modern period up until the early 20th century. There are 2 on Italy, one on Puerto Rico and one on Lisbon. And the first 3 deal with the renewal or the repairing of hospital environments. And the 4th is about the emergence of the new concept in hospital design and the Lisbon Lazaretto. So we're linking, as so often with this conference, back to previous papers. So obviously linked back to Modena, as the earlier paper, Christine's paper, will link to Elena's, and obviously the theme of the Lazaretto, which has appeared not just in Matt's paper in the previous session, but also in previous days as well. So it's my great pleasure then to introduce our first speaker, who is Valeria Rubi, benvenuto, from the Università di Bologna. She is an early modern art historian and historian of architecture, who between 2013 and 2018 was a researcher at Bologna University. And her main area is early modern art history, and interests are principally orientated towards the study of architectural contexts as well as iconography in this period, and principally in Bologna. So she links once again very closely to papers in earlier sessions. She teaches in DAMS, the Master's Degree in Didactics of Visual Arts and Iconography and Iconology at the Department of Primary Teacher Education. And she held courses from 2000 to 2014 at the History of Architecture and History of Art at Economics, the Rimini campus of the University of Bologna, and later at the Department of Philology, Literature and Classical Tradition of Bologna. Valeria, I'd like to invite you to give your talk on hospital spaces and architectures in Bologna in the early modern period.
Good morning to all. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for having me, especially Ann Peterson, Edith Alberto, and Juana Balsa di Pino for the great organization. Yeah. Today I'm going to speak to you about new documents concerning the two most important hospitals in Bologna in the modern age. Share the screen. Okay. 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 Yes. Can you see?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the late Middle Age, between the 13th and 14th centuries, an articulated model of hospital organization for the sick and the poor spread in Bologna and will last until the Napoleonic suppressions. Great expression of this renewal are the Hospital of St. Mary of Life and the St. Mary of Death. They were built in the heart of the city, rather than in a decentralized area where were usually located the hospitals for pilgrims. Here from the top, in red, the Hospital of Death, in green, the Hospital of Life. These hospitals were born from the welfare activities carried out by two confraternities, which were lay and independent associations linked by common interests. Today, the two complexes show just a few traces of their past. The Hospital of St. Mary of Life arises from the homonymous confraternity, which was born within the Disciplinati or Battuti, a movement that came to Bologna from Umbria in 1260 under the guidance of the blessed Raniero Fasani. Here, Raniero is healing the sick. In the detail, you can see a hospital ward. The construction of the hospital began in 1287 on Clavature Street, located a few steps away from the political center of the city, Piazza Maggiore. Its origin is summarized in a plaque that is still located next to the current entrance to the oratory and the church still present. As you can see, it shows the symbol of the confraternity, a large double cross standing on three symbolic hills and carrying the whips of the Battuti. After the terrible earthquake of 1505, the hospital building and the oratory were rebuilt and enlarged. Moreover, toward the end of the 16th century, thanks to the frequent donations and the increase of its patrimony, the hospital could expand newly. It housed almost 100 patients in 3 capacious infirmaries, 2 on the ground floor for men with about 50 beds, and 1 on the first floor for women with 25 beds. In addition, there was an infirmary that would take in the wounded and one that would house the poor. As we can understand from the plan, it had 3 entrances. The main one was from Clavature Street, still existing today, which led directly to the church. On the other end, sick people entered from the opposite side in Pescherie Street. Patients were placed on beds arranged in parallel rows with bed heads leaning against the wall and surmounted by the symbol of the confraternity. On the first floor, where there were also rooms used for university teaching purpose by the Faculty of Medicine. Over the centuries, the hospital complex was enriched with important works of art, among which still preserved in the church, the famous sculptural group of the Lamentation by Niccolò dell'Arca in 1463. In the figures of Mary of Cleopas and Mary Magdalene, the suffering of the soul is represented with heartbreaking realism. The following century, in 1336, was founded the Confraternity of Death, whose name was taken after the fact that it helped people wounded, seriously ill, and those condemned to death, which was truly different from what the adjacent Hospital of Life would do. A confraternity that dedicates itself by statute to the spiritual salvation of patients is a novelty in the national panorama, a deeply significant one. Therefore, in the modern age, Bolognese welfare activities become a model not only for Italy, but for the whole Europe, as the historian Nicholas Terprast writes. Between the 16th and 17th centuries, the confraternity consolidated its role and prestige. As we can see in this plan, the enlargement of the hospital was such that it occupied the block between the Archiginasio Street, Marchesana Street, Foscherari Street, and Museum Street. On the latter side, a new portico was built between 1427 and 1524 until it reached the Apothecary in Museum Street. The hospital was surrounded on 3 sides by porticos. Further transformation of the liturgical spaces, church and oratory, took place after the Council of Trent. From 1881, the hospital was transformed into the Archaeological Museum. Here we see the space that still survives today. The entrance to the museum corresponds to the space of the ancient church. On the bottom, its location in the 17th century plan, and the courtyard still preserved precious traces of the 16th century decoration in terracotta. Anyway, let's quickly go back to 1560, when in Bologna became vice legate the Roman Cardinal Pier Donato Cesi, whose name is linked to the history of the city for the great construction projects he promoted during his government. In 1563, in the southern side of the Hospital of Death, Cesi commissioned the construction of the Archiginasio Palace, the new seat of the University of Bologna. At the time, the Confraternity of Death decided to unify the facade of its hospital ad similitudinem et instar gymnasiorum publicorum uius civitatis, which means to create a facade very similar to the one of the Archigymnasio Palace, which we still see today. Here we see the union of the two facades, which still preserve the emblem of death, the school holding the cross with the whips. In the following 1564, the Confraternity of Life began to construction a new facade as a part of Cardinale Cesi wider urban planning project, creating aesthetic uniformity to the eastern wall of Piazza Maggiore. In this way, it was created along an uninterrupted prospect with a continuous vaulted passage for pedestrians between the Archigymnasio and the Banchi Palace. This portico is indeed a strong symbol of the city's hospitality. There is no time to go into detail on two hospitals because I like to point out some new considerations that have emerged from my latest research. In a precious document kept in the archives of Bologna, it appears that in June 1589, the Confraternity had already established new criteria for the construction of a new hospital. Following the example on the architectural modern first conceived by Filarete at the Cagranda in Milan, the building was to have only one floor with wide and very high easels arranged in a double cross, as we can see in this plan from around 1519. 3 of easels were dedicated to men and 2 to women, and the house vaults. There was the altar where every morning they celebrated the mass, each patient from his own to be called pray, looking at the altar and put his destiny in the hand of God. The project also included many courtyards and gardens, some, for example, intended for the cultivation of medicinal herbs and all service areas, such as kitchen, apothecary, barber shop, laundry, storage area, etc. Further confirmation of the desire to build, the new hospital is provided by an equally important document, General Ordinance for the Good Government of all Hospitals in the City, written before 1595 by the Bolognese Bishop Gabriele Paleotti. This text, which had already been circulating in restricted circles for about 10 years, became an important element of the renewal of the hospital system according to the bishop's will, even though until now it was neglected by experts. It's practically an administrative document concerning the number, competence, and objective of the administrator, the governors, the depositary, the writer or secretary, and the hospital guardian. Mentioning first of all the Hospital of Life and Death as the wealthiest in the city, the bishop insisted on the transparency of budget and on aid being given to the poorest hospitals. Then observing the inadequacy of the space, Paleotti suggested to reunite the two hospitals into a single larger one, to be built in a well-ventilated place near a waterway to allow the various hygienic practice and to take advantage for the hydraulic energy. The construction of a new hospital called Major Hospital was authorized by Pope Gregory XIV in December 1596, but it was not begun until 1667, and it was inaugurated in 1725. We can see that Paleotti's suggestion, even after many years, were clearly followed. The new hospital will indeed be built along the Reno Canal, therefore close to water, in a green part of the city within the third circle of wall, and close to one of the most important entrances of the city, Porta San Felice. As we can see from the Vatican plan dated 1575, in comparison with the one by Filippo de Nudi dated 1702. The hospital was completely destroyed by bomb attacks in 1944. And to conclude, Gabriele Paleotti's episcopate was marked by a great impulse of religious renewal in the wake of the application of the creeds established during the Council of Trent. However, unlike the Archbishop of Milan, Carlo Borromeo, he implemented a moderate pastoral action in Bologna. He has been a true symbol of the Reformed Ecclesia that privileged the weakest, the sick, the poor, and the elderly. In fact, while describing the various duties of the hospital staff, he took care to specify that the guardian, the one who first met the sick person, should be discreet and loving, that the patient should not be discharged before he has fully recovered, that the last will of the terminally ill person should be fulfilled in the best way possible and as solemnly as possible. Above all that, above all that, besides caring for bodies, it's necessary to provide much more for the health of soul. Of course, we don't know whether this suggestion was followed, but we hope so. Thank you for your attention.
Valeria, thank you very much indeed for a fascinating talk. I shall start walking around Bologna and looking for images of flagellanti and other images of hospitals. So you've covered many themes which we've dealt with in previous sessions, and I'm sure again later on in this session, the repurposing, the rebuilding of different of hospital structures, this relationship as well, important relationship between confraternity and hospitals, confraternity establishing the hospitals. Also the theme which we've encountered in previous sessions was the question of architectural models. So in your case, the example of the Filaretti model being looked at and adopted, at least partly presumably, in the idea of the Ospedale Maggiore, and obviously the theme as well of hospitals and medical teaching. So I'm sure many of these themes will come up in the discussion. I'd like to thank you again very much for your most interesting talk. We then pass to our second speaker, who is Elena Corradini. Benvenuto. She is from the Università degli Studi di Modena e Reggio Emilia. She is a researcher of museology and restoration at the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, and she now teaches monumental buildings restoration history. She's coordinator of the Italian University Museums Network and was a board member and deputy president of ICOM UMAC. You can explain what that is later on. and from 1980 to 2006 worked for the Ministry of Cultural Heritage as Director Archaeologist in Modena, Bologna, and as Manager in Rome. She's a freelance journalist and author of more than 170 publications about museology, history of collection. I wish I could have published so much myself. Conservation and valorization of cultural heritage, recently about the university heritage. And she's directed restoration works and has been curator of a lot of exhibitions as well. So today she will be talking about the great 18th century hospital in the complex of Sant'Agostino in Modena for a compatible and sustainable reuse project. So once again, continuing one of the major themes of our conference. Elena, you have 20 minutes. Can you unmute your microphone?
May you see?
That's fine. Can you make it a full screen?
Yes, yes.
Great.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Fantastic. That's marvelous. Thank you very much. It's always business at the beginning of papers. It's always very nerve-wracking. Well done. You have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having the possibility to present the long history of the Sant'Agostino complex in Modena, totally dedicated to the treatment of the sick people and to the study of medicine. My presentation aims to describe the birth and the development of this large complex on the western edge of the historic center of Modena, which from the 18th century was used as hospital with medical clinics of the university. The buildings were progressively decommissioned from the end of the last century, when was built the new hospital on the southern of the city, inaugurated in 2005. This is a summary of my presentation. This is a modern map of this complex in which we can see quickly the A, which is the old hospital, and with the C, the enlargement of the hospital, with the L, the enlargement of the this complex with the medical school. In this part, we can see the medical clinics of the university built in the first middle of the 19th century, and then the last building that was realized at the beginning of the 20th century. This is a view of the entire complex. And we start from the hospital care in Modena between the 13th and 17th century, when Guglielmo della Cella founded the hospital in 1260, a charitable institution also called Domus Dei or God House. In 1271, Guglielmo della Cella moved the hospital to the Contrada della Cerca, where they purchased several houses. This is, you can see this block in the side in front of Piazza Sant'Agostino here, where the in the 18th century hospital will be built by Giovan Battista Boccabadati of the 1785. Scusate. No, sorry. After the creation of the Holy Union by the Duke Ercole II d'Este, that unified most of the existing charitable works in Modena into a single body, the Holy Union. The Cade Hospital remained in operation for abandoned children and pregnant women. This is the coat of arms of the Holy Union and a blessing hand, which was reproduced on the facade of the 18th century hospital. And then the hospital construction in the 17th century. By the middle of the 18th century, all Union hospitals no longer meet hospital needs due to inadequacy of its assets. The Duke Francesco III d'Este decided to build a new hospital, making this project within the big framework of the renewal of the Duke. The hospital continued to be used for abandoned children and pregnant women. With a chirograph dated 27 March 1753, the Francesco III authorized the Holy Union to collect money for large building of the hospital for the sick people. With a chirograph dated 30th of March, the Duke approved the project carried out by the chief architect Giuseppe Sozzi, was appointed ducal architect in 1754. The innovative project was supervised by near-Pontat Bolognese architect Alfonso Torreggiani. Francesco III himself laid the foundation stone on 27 April 1753 and inserted a commemorative medal, as had been the tradition in Italy since the 15th century, proof of the desire to entrust the medals with the perennial memory of the paternity of the building, even beyond the building lifetime. This is the plan of the new hospital. The layout has a very original spatial distribution concept, different from the usual simple or cross-shaped islet layout, characterized by the symmetric division of the spaces for women, three islet to the on the left, naves LOQ, and men, three islet to the east, the right, nave MPR, to separate the beds for the 28 for men and 28 for women, from the beds for the wounded, 11 beds for women, and the incurables, with a single large atrium for access to the male and the female ward, with the letter A. Note the importance of the religion. The three wards reserved for women are arranged radially in an optical cone around the altars, letter N, here and here, dedicated to St. Job for women and to St. Nicholas for men. This is a painting in which we can see the hospital on the left, the coat of arms of the Holy Union. Unfortunately, disappeared. This is the plan of the hospital and the view. And but as soon as the ward was opened, there was a considerable flux of sick people, so much so that Duke, with a Cairo 21 of July 1759, ordered the building to be enlarged by doubling the facade. This hospital was used also for a military use. The Holy Union had already purchased the house where the hospital will be located. This is a drawing, but here you can better see that the new plan of the hospital that was opened in 1759, but was completed in 1762. This is another drawing of the enlarged hospital. Here is a drawing of the facade. And this you can compare the drawing of the original facade with a modern relief of the facade, when you can see that very few change has been made. This is another painting of the 18th century in which you can see the symbol of the Holy Union, and also the inscription. We remember the construction of the hospital here in 1753, and the enlargement of the hospital in 1759. is the symbol of the Holy Union. Here there are the symbol of the Holy Union into the hospital in a corridor, and on the bronze peg of the outside door, still conserved in the facade of the hospital. This is a new photo of the actual facade of the hospital. And in this current facade, you can see the inscription, remember the construction and also the enlargement of the hospital. Here is one of the inscriptions. This is a drawing of the gates of the facade of the hospital. And here the atrium. In the atrium, there are 8 lunettes with the bust of doctors and lecturers of the university. Here, the only woman in these lunettes, Suor Celeste. This is the atrium, the actual asset, the current asset, sorry, of the atrium. And here the clock made by Bonifacio Borsari in 1765 in the first garden of the hospital. This is a drawing of the hospital at the end of the 18th century. And here is the first enlargement of this complex with the anatomical theater that Christine Bies exhibited today, designed in an elliptical form by a project coordinated by Lorenzo Toschi, with a project coordinated by the professor Antonio Scarpa, professor of anatomy and surgery at the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia. And then the anatomical theater was reduced and the elliptical form became a form of cavea because in the upper floor was built the anatomical museum and some laboratories of the university. On the north, you can see the Church of San Nicolò, the church of the hospital for died. Here is a plan of the 19th century of the theater when the anatomical museum was built, and here is the print of the anatomical museum, and is one hall of the anatomical museum. And this is a plan when this complex was when the complex was the anatomical theater. The anatomical theater before restoration and after restoration in 2018. And in the first half of the 19th century, this complex was enlarged in the east side with the construction of the medical school. This is a plan of the medical school, a more detailed plan and drawing of this medical school. This is a plan of this complex when the medical school was added. This is a drawing. Here is a plan dated from 1835. At the middle of the 19th century, the hospital became military hospital, and the sick people were transferred in the opposite building. That poor people hospice. Here you can see this building for the hospice for people, for poor people, exactly in front of the hospital. And here there is also a monument of Francesco III, a monumental statue who was destroyed by the revolutionary at the century for replacing the Tree of Liberty. And here there is another enlargement on the west side of the Sant'Agostino complex with the construction of the university medical clinics. Here is a plan of the first two buildings of the medical clinics. The first built in 1840 near the anatomical theater. Here there is San Nicolò, anatomical theater, and the first building was built. And here the second building was built between 1861 and 1863. And after was added another building in 1999 to complete the facade on this Foroboario Street, now Berengario Street. This is the facade. From the 1883, the Poor People Hospice was not longer used as hospital because was purchased by the municipality of Modena to be renovated and become the Palazzo dei Musei, Museum Palace, to house the city most cultural institution. In the hospital was done an extensive renovation work to reorganize all the hospital. And then between the end of 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, the last enlargement with the construction on the west side of Sant'Agostino of the Dermosyphilopathic Clinical Institute and the Homeostatic Gynecological Clinic. The construction of this clinic entailed the demolition of the St. Peter Church, of a part of St. Peter Church, this is the church, in which remained only a part destined to house the clock room. This is the building. During the last century, some modification work on the three wing of the hospital penciled by the architect Vecchi. And in this century, the architectural complex is sold by local health authority of Modena to the municipality of Modena, and in this occasion of protection by the superintendency of the Ministry of the Culture. This is the entire complex. This is in the new millennium. The new millennium, a new project of restoration began in 2017. This is an old project, and now Lago Modena Cultural Factory project, with the financial support of the Fondazione Modena, is carrying out a complex project for sustainable use of the space. To conclude, some spaces are restored in the first floor till now, the historical pharmacy, and and the ground floor that houses the future education or educational for museums and cultural heritage, and the University Museum will set up in the part of the former university clinics facing via Berengario. The spaces of the former hospital will be entrusted to the Modena Visual Arts Foundation for events, exhibition, and performance for modern and contemporary art. We hope that this project, that will be a monument synthesis of different instances, will be capable of bringing the concept of fruition to high interest meaning, connecting to the very idea of transmission of culture. Many thanks for your attention.
Lena, thank you very, very much indeed for a fascinating paper. You have covered an enormous amount of ground in a very succinct and really interesting way. And obviously you've addressed this major question which the conference is discussing, the reusing of hospital space, which is obviously extremely important and even brought us up to the present day. And I thought the way that you managed to show how the hospital grew and how it was reflecting sort of in demands of the population and also presumably political demands as well, was very interesting indeed. And once again, we have the theory, the theme which comes up again and again of the cure of the body and the cure of the soul, which will continue, I'm sure, in the next couple of papers. Thank you very much indeed, also for keeping to such immaculate time. We now pass to the third of our papers, which is we move to Puerto Rico. Although Yaidi Lutz Rosa Ortiz is actually speaking to us from Durham. Yaidi Rosa completed a BA in History of Art at the Ohio State University, an MA in Humanities and Social Thought at New York University, and an MA in Social History of Art at the University of Leeds. So she's incredibly well qualified, and she's now doing a PhD in History of Art, Spanish Studies, and Early Modern Latin American Visual Culture at Durham University. It's probably a bit colder than it is in Lisbon at the moment. She's completed programs in History of Art, Archaeology, Visual Anthropology, Ethnographic Film, Paleography, and Rare Books at Koç University in Turkey, Ohio University, Columbia, also Columbia University conducted in Brazil, the School of Advanced Study at University of London, and the Casa Árabe in Córdoba in Spain. And she's also taught History of Art at the University of Puerto Rico at Rio Piedras, the School of Plastic Arts and Design of Puerto Rico, and the Pontifical Catholic University of Ecuador in Quito. So I'm much looking forward to hearing her paper, which is entitled The Use of Space and Non-Combative Populations of the Antigua Hospital Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, El Grande, San Juan, Puerto Rico, 1774-1886. Yaidi.
Thank you very much, Professor Henderson. Can you hear me okay?
Very well, thank you, yes.
All right, let's see. Share screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, not the full screen, that's it, perfect.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And thank you for all the organizers. It's a remarkable conference. It's a pity we cannot meet in Lisbon, but allow me to take you to an equally stunning corner of the world, San Juan, Puerto Rico. In 2014, I was teaching History of Art to the 500 undergraduate fine arts students at the School of Plastic Arts and Design of Puerto Rico, which is divided between these two 18th century neoclassical buildings. The classrooms all begin with an H or with an M before their room numbers, standing for hospital or manicomio, an outmoded word for asylum. The students knew that their classrooms and workshops had been a hospital and an asylum, more so an asylum because it had been widely researched, but were less knowledgeable about the hospital. At the time, there was one article published on the neighborhood by Mark Barnes and Norma Medina in 1995, and one publication on the hospital itself as a charitable institution by Arlene Pavón Charneco in 1999. Our classes took place in the amphitheater of the hospital and in nearby classrooms. One day, in our dark art history lecture, a window opened and the bright Caribbean sun quickly filled our class, waking up a lot of my students. One student remarked that it was probably a ghost of a deceased patient from the hospital. I immediately feared that the extent to which my students understood the history of the building was being reduced to ghost stories. But they immediately began asking questions and wanted to engage in finding answers. They even insisted in taking this picture. And this is how this research began. By the end of the term, we had found that our school was originally built in 1774 as the first purpose-built hospital on our island under Spanish colonial rule, and that it was initially destined to serve 500 poor women and men women sex workers, and formerly enslaved residents from the same urban neighborhood that was displaced in order for its building. We further found that it served as the first medical school on the island, the site of the island's first recorded autopsy, and that it housed the first and for many years the only pharmacy in Puerto Rico. These art students, who express their boundless creativity every day within this space, were now expressing curiosity as to what their studios and gallery spaces were originally used for, and as to the people that worked, lived, and died in what are now their classrooms and workshops. Through archival material and the original building plans, we set out as a community to answer some of these questions. And what was uncovered was the history of a hospital at the center of a century-long dispute between one clergy member, the military, and the municipality. This is reflected in the many names the hospital has had over time. Hospital Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, El Grande, the large, Hospital of the Poor, Charity Hospital, Civil Hospital, Royal Hospital, Military Hospital, and finally General Hospital. The grand vision of a single bishop that was never to be, the archival materials depict intended facades and courtyards that were interrupted by Spain's war with England in 1797. The beds for the poor were eventually reduced from 500 to 30, and then those 30 were in constant danger of being taken by the military for the use of soldiers or by the municipality for the use of the city's paying customers. We also found it to be the final resting place for a group of imprisoned Chinese laborers accused of a crime in Cuba, which some of them passionately argued they did not commit. This archival search created a community space of dialogue within the building's current inhabitant, in which local histories were recovered and will soon be embodied and performed through artistic practice. Ultimately, it was an enriching experience where the current users of this space became actively involved in re-articulating their community's collective historical memory through the study of social architecture. Our first stop was at the General Archive in search for the building's original floor plans. Incidentally, this archive is housed in the second purpose-built hospital ever built on the island. We found two floor plans, one from 1780, which is the one we see here, and an earlier one from 1774 by architect Bartolomé Fami. We learned from our secondary sources that the building was the vision of the Benedictine bishop, Manuel Jiménez Pérez, who lived in Puerto Rico from 1772 until his death in 1781, and who arduously fundraised in order to build this hospital. His vision for the hospital emerged due to the lack of space and services offered at a smaller area being used as a hospital within the Palacio de Santa Catalina. This space was called Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, but it was the small one. Today it's the Fortaleza, the governor's palace. Pabon Charneco writes that Bishop Jimenez envisioned a grand hospital for the exclusive use of the poor, stating that, quote, his main objective was to offer asylum to the ill and economically dispossessed, both men and women, as well as recogidas, or women of the quote-unquote bad life, end quote. So sex workers or any woman perceived to be a sex worker. In a document we located from 1787, we sensed some animosity between Obispo Jimenez and the Captain General at the time, Governor Juan Dufresne, in which the Captain General accused Jimenez of stealing materials from nearby construction sites for use in the building of the hospital, which admitted its first patients in 1780. The other buildings in construction at the time in this neighborhood would have been the Cuartel de Vallaja, which is the larger of the red squares, it's the army barracks, and the Asilo de Beneficencia, which is the asylum, it's the other half of our school. These were part of a massive urban plan that expropriated 6 city blocks of humble housing occupied by the poorest sector of the population, immigrants from Haiti and Venezuela, formerly enslaved, working women, and children. A document we found from 1800 lists the residents as washers, ironers, cobblers, builders, tailors, carriers, and one chocolatier. They were displaced from their homes because of the whole islet. This area offered extreme ventilation and was the least congested. The Actas de Cabildo de San Juan from 9 June 1800 referred to this population in disparaging moral and hygienic terms, calling the area a slum in racialized terms, and stating that they should be expelled for being redundant, unwanted, and quote-unquote infecting the area. So the very population the hospital is meant to serve is the most harmed by its construction. This is the hospital, by the way, in relation to the other buildings. Through the floor plans, we learned that the area for men patients are now bathrooms and an elevator. The area for women patients are the industrial design workshops downstairs, while the area for the perceived women sex workers are now fashion design workshops upstairs. And the area for prisoners is now a common area where the students eat their lunch. The classrooms we use for art history were once the kitchen, and the amphitheatro, that we use most was labeled on the floor plan as being a capilla, or a chapel. Yet in viewing additional floor plans of the building, two discrepancies stood out that lead us to believe that the chapel never materialized. The Baroque facade, the neoclassical facade on the drawing does not exist, so on the bottom one. And this is as if we would have cut the building in half. You can see the courtyard, the 5 arches, 1, 2, 3, 5. This 5 arch wide courtyard is actually a 7 arch wide courtyard. Yet the pilasters still frame 5 arches, which lead us to believe that the hospital began to be built in 1774 according to Bishop Jimenez's vision and Fami's vision, but something happened by 1780 that changed the course of the plan. Documents we found at the archive gesture towards a military takeover of the hospital when Spain was at war with England. By 1780, Bishop Jimenez had died, and no written documents have been located specifying the conditions of the takeover. Our only clue is in a series of documents over 100 years between the municipality and the military, in which the 30 beds reserved for the poor were in constant dispute. The military was refusing to attend to the community's poor, and the municipality began to claim that Bishop Jimenez only ceded or donated the hospital to the military if the military committed to reserving 30 places for their care and for the care of prisoners from the municipal jail. The military responded by charging the municipality for every impoverished patient, and the disagreement intensified by 1884 when the 30 beds were flat out denied. The students wanted to know who was in danger of losing their care in 1884. So we crossed the street. This is our hospital. We crossed the street to the archives of the Archdiocese, which is where the death records from the hospital are housed. There, we focused on records around this date, and we found this book, which documents the deaths from 1883 to 1885. The entries are indexed as soldiers, prisoners, or charity. Later, charity is replaced by poor. It should zoom into one of these entries. In reviewing these indexed as prisoners, there you go, we noticed one particular group. This group share their place of origin, an unmarried civil status, not having had a Christian burial, and most lack a surname or have a number after their first name. 15 of these unmarried men were identified as originating from China, while 2 more were identified as being from Asia. Many of their surnames are first, second, and third, and most are documented as having died of a contagious disease between the ages of 35 and 45. None of us had any idea why these men were in Puerto Rico in the 1880s. Who were they? Why were they in Puerto Rico? Why did they become ill? Did their families know that they had died and were buried on the island? What were their full names? Where were they buried exactly? These were the questions we now had. We knew that Cuba had a significant Chinese community and that workers from Southeast Asia filled a void during the abolition of slavery in places like Suriname and Trinidad and Tobago. But the Chinese community in Puerto Rico were mostly descendants of those that left Cuba at the start of the Cuban Revolution in 1959, not in the 1880s. We visited our third and last archive, this time the Spanish archives that are available online. We keyword searched Chinese prisoners, Puerto Rico, ultramar. Ultramar is the Spanish Ministry of Overseas Territories. What we found was heartbreaking. Testimonies in the archives in Madrid included one from 1878 from Jacinto I, Juan Roque, Esteban I, Narciso, Leandro I, and Amalio II. Prisoners in Puerto Rico transferred from Cuba and Santo Domingo that were asking for clemency via the British consul in Puerto Rico regarding their incarceration for a crime they said they did not commit. They stated that they had been accused of the homicide of their employer and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment in 1863, so 15 years prior. They argued that they were nowhere close to where the crime occurred, that they did not speak Spanish and could not advocate for themselves before the Spanish authorities, and that they had been patient and resigned, that they had voluntarily helped put out a fire in the San Juan Marina in 1873, for which other prisoners had been pardoned. They expressed their desire to return to civil society in order to lead a life of honor and virtue. They state that they live in constant suffering and uncertainty, yet have hope that one day mercy will shine upon them, their words, that one day mercy will shine upon them. Although the men requesting this pardon are not on our table, they very well could have been. 1 year after our search, the first publication regarding the Chinese prisoners transferred to Puerto Rico was published by Dr. Jose Lee Borges and confirmed our findings. 340 prisoners were transferred from Cuba to Puerto Rico from 1865 to 1880, and 1/3 of them died in our hospital. 114 of them served their sentences and stayed to make a life on the island. According to the 2018 census, there are 1,700 residents of Chinese descent in Puerto Rico, some with the last names first, second, and third. The students and myself realized that we had only just begun this research. We have yet to research the everyday lives of patients and staff, the deliberate uses of space, food culture, and material culture of the hospital, to name but a few lines of future research. Right now, the main threats to continuing this research are many. Just as the world went into lockdown in 2020, Puerto Rico experienced a series of lockdowns due to hurricanes and earthquakes in 2017 and 2019. The entire island was left without electricity for months, at least 4 months, in the better areas in 2017. And archives were left without climate control. Imagine an archive that was flooded and you had no electricity inside. Flooding and mold puts the archives at risk, the documents at risk, while the building itself is threatened by its usual suspects, the church and the state. 18th and 19th century buildings in Old San Juan are being sold by the church and by the government all the time, converted into boutique hotels. And that's the Puerto Rican government's plan for our hospital as well. To end on a more positive note, I recently received an email from a former student, last name Lee, Puerto Rican of Chinese descent, stating that she was going to complete her senior thesis on artistic practice on the Chinese patients at our hospital. So look out for her at a future INHH conference. Thank you very much.
Yaidi, thank you very much indeed for a fascinating and a very moving story. And you've added to our conference the discussion of the detailed discussion of the identity of the people who are actually inmates in the hospital. I think also the other thing which you've raised, which is again a theme which has appeared before, is the whole question of how far urban landscapes are repurposed and how populations where new hospitals are built are put into sort of have to be rehoused. And obviously the whole theme of the longue durée, the change in functions between the late 18th century and the early 20th century, and I mean the fact that you were actually involved in the teaching there, I think is absolutely fascinating, so that you can bring a very personal story to your paper. And obviously, and I think the other thing which has come up before is the discrepancy sometimes between original plans as conceived by the founders and original architects and the way that they were actually put into practice or not put into practice, and the adaptation, why they were adapted and so on. So thank you very much indeed for that fascinating paper, and I'm sure there'll be many questions afterwards. Now, I'm sure there are an enormous number of questions which have emerged in the chat, which will presumably, let's go on to the chat here. But while people are gathering their thoughts, do you think I could ask a general question of all four speakers, which is the whole question which I actually asked Zehar yesterday, which is the question about how far architectural design reinforces or reflects the changing function of these hospitals. I mean, obviously you're dealing with different types of hospitals and different functions, but I mean, how far, I mean, the medical theory was reflected in it, was obviously, one thinks in terms of Renaissance hospitals with full wards, how far perhaps in, and how far the sort of other types of functions were equally important. So obviously the social function, one thinks of panopticon as well, design. The religious function was clearly very important as well in the sort of early modern hospitals. So I'd like to ask each of you to respond to that question. I know, Jose, you've responded already to a certain degree, but I was wondering if you can drill down a bit further into the design in relation to medical theory, and particularly those scientific debates in the late 19th century. So perhaps could we begin in order? So beginning with Valeria.
Okay, thank you. In this case, in Bologna, it's I'm sorry, I cannot really speak in English, and so I have to
parlare in italiano.
Oh.
Potremmo anche tradurre subito.
No, ma mi dispiace per tutti gli altri relatori.
No, va bene, io posso tradurre.
Ah, ma grazie, grazie. Dicevo, a Bologna, Bologna è un caso particolare perché appunto gli edifici degli ospedali nascono già nel XIII secolo e quindi è un'architettura in parte adattata, ma in parte già proprio pensata per l'ospedale, per quello che si deve fare all'interno dell'ospedale. Poi in realtà quando arriva il cardinale Paleotti, gli ospedali in città sono, lui comincia nel 1566 il suo mandato a Bologna, gli ospedali sono 30, ma la maggior parte si trovano all'interno dei conventi. Ecco, sì. conventi adattati ad ospedali. Invece insieme abbiamo visto l'esempio di 2 ospedali che nascono come ospedali, quindi c'è un sapere molto antico. Io ho detto che per il nuovo ospedale maggiore il modello sarà Milano Filarete, sì, però appunto c'era già una sapienza tale, infatti l'abbiamo visto nelle piante, ci sono già tutti gli spazi, anche se in piccolo, ma ci sono già tutti gli spazi già pensati in funzione di quelle che sono le operazioni ospedaliere proprio.
Ok, grazie mille.
No, grazie a lei, grazie a lei.
Va bene. So just a very, very rapid summary. So essentially Valeria is saying that Bologna is a particular case, that many of the original hospitals derive from the 13th century. And obviously they were adapted and changed as the centuries went on, but they were already conceived at that original time as hospitals, and therefore with the sort of hospital spaces like the tall wards and so on. But obviously as well, a part of, I mean, so therefore in a sense they combine both religious and also and religious and medical services together, because they were often as well within the old spaces of convents and monasteries, as we've seen in the case of lots of other papers during the course of this conference. And then when the 2 new hospitals were founded in the middle of the 16th century by Cardinal Pagliotti, they were based on, at least some of them were based on the Milanese models of the Ospedale Maggiore, which was a big hospital that was set up in the middle of the 15th century, which was essentially designed as a hospital with enormous spaces, and they've got vast, great wards, which again were adapted in a sense for the sort of in response to the idea of sort of miasma and corrupted air. Penso questo è un sommario più o meno. Grazie.
Perfetto. Grazie.
Allora andiamo avanti. Oh, sorry. We'll go next of all to Elena. I think your microphone, unfortunately, is still off. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
I read the English, but I try to speak slowly, and in case you can correct me.
That's fine. Whatever you say will be marvelous. Sorry, we can't hear you for some reason or other.
You can hear me?
I can now, yes.
Yes, now you can.
Oh, you've disappeared.
Oh no! Now
we can hear you now. Yes.
You can hear me. You can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
I don't do nothing, but normally I have an hard connection. But I don't know. So thank you for the question, because it was my question about the construction of the new hospital in Modena. I positively realized, as you can see, this form was very original, but we don't till now found the real idea. We think that the real idea was from this architect, this Bolognese architect Sorreggiani, who came in Modena for 2 times to supervise this project. But we think that the idea was from him. But from the sort of model of
sorry, you've disappeared again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now. I think when your voice is near the microphone.
Because I found this little document that I have written about the Academy of Science in Paris, that write in 1773 a document about the real about the matter of the most useful hospital. Some of these
You've disappeared again.
Some of these criteria written by the Academy of Science was respected by the Modenese Hospital. So we think that the project can derive from these procedures, this description that the Academy of Science in Paris written about the best hospital.
So in other words, that's the pincer structure, which is fascinating. Sorry, you disappeared again. Oh dear, you need to speak into the microphone.
Because the Academy of Science in Paris
oh, you disappeared again.
That they have to write the better prescription to rebuild the hospital in Paris that was destroyed by a fire in this year. So
we can't hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes,
now?
if your face points forward, we can hear you. Otherwise, it's less easy.
I want to write this prescription in this document that I have in the other computer. They write that the hospital have a separate ward for the sick people, like Modena. And
sorry, we can't hear you.
That the hospital have, I say to you the criteria which was respected in the hospital of Modena. This first criteria. The other criteria that they have to have separate space like a garden. And you can see that in Modena, into this form of the hospital, there is a little garden, for example. That in each side, the hospital can have to have a separate space for I don't know.
So we can't hear you again.
You can hear me now.
Yes, if you point forward.
So in the hospital have to exist a separate space for infermeria. I don't know in English. In English, what is infermeria?
Wards.
Here in Modena, they respected this because in the front of the hospital, we can see some rooms that they use like and then the windows have to be big, and they respect this.
It's very difficult to understand, I'm afraid.
Oh, now you hear me?
Yes, I think we've probably heard we've heard some, if not everything, but perhaps we better pass on to the next person. I'm sorry, and thank you so much.
I'm very sorry.
It's okay. Yaidi. We can't hear you either.
Now you can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
So the location where the hospital and these other neoclassical buildings were built at this particular time was in a space that's really ventilated. I mean, if you're there, there's wind in your face. It's a very windy area, so perfect for a hospital, especially in the 18th century. And the architecture also spoke directly to that. This is architecture with maybe not the biggest windows, but a lot of windows, and kind of thought so that air circulated through the interior spaces, courtyards, arches. So, you know, this kind of Spanish palazzo style architecture that happened a lot in the Caribbean. In Puerto Rico, not a whole lot. The investment in buildings was not the same as in Cuba and was not the same as in Santo Domingo. You'll find much more elaborate Baroque architecture there. But here it was just really to beat the heat. Like so in that sense, the design was thought about, you know, they thought about the heat. But I also feel like they just really thought about the military structures around them, which is why I think the military had a larger role in the building of it, probably earlier than we think, because the entrance is right across the street from the barracks. And it's almost like a chain where you can take the soldiers from the barracks to, or actually from the fort, which is where they probably would have gotten injured, or the barracks where they would have become ill. Then you could take them straight into the hospital, and then it kind of circulates where you go out and you end up close to the cemetery. So I think I've thought about this more looking outwards. I would like to look inwards to see how the interior spaces were designed according to who was in the space at that time. But that's, I think the heat and the military were two big factors in the design.
It's fascinating just to see the comparisons between locations in different countries according to different geographical and topographical features, and also obviously according to climate, which I think is a very important point. Thank you very much. Jose.
Thank you very much for your question, Professor John. I think the answer, or a possible answer for your question, is about how architects can deal with the evolution of treatment, for instance, in medical care, or the science for itself. They do not react for themselves in that sense. They are it's a kind of a joint venture between medicine and architecture. Actually, doctors and architects work together always, and all the times, discussing or debating the application or the design process, but also trying to manage the situation. So I think it's about time, or timing, if you want. In this particular situation of the Lisbon Lazaretto, you have a timing situation that is a timing problem. In this sense, the chain of events that are historically produced at the time, political aspects, for instance, and architectural innovations, if you want, for instance, in air management, or in ventilation, or using the light or not using the light, or how a light is important, is trying to solve a medical problem or medical pandemic situation at the time. At the same time, medicals were trying to understand how architecture couldn't reflect this issue in a very conceptual manner. It was very, very difficult at the time. Later on, we see in tuberculosis, for instance, that this chain of events and these reactions were clearer in this sense. When you have the evolution of medicine, the evolution of architecture, or the changes in architecture, they are integrated, and they are trying to communicate, and they do actually, before the construction and after. In this case, you are exactly building and using Lazaretto when the miasmatic and the germ theory and the germ theories are exactly in discussion, and at the same time you have several kind of doctors arguing for both of these theories. So it was very difficult to architects or engineers at the time to manage this situation, and also both the politics or the political power and the commercial power or the economic power was trying to understand what is the lazaretto for? Is it worthy in economical sense or the impact in the society? So I think it's all about time, the speed of the evolution of medicine and the speed of the evolution of architecture, or the changes in architecture, which is quite slower because we have to try, we have to design, we have to construct, and then we have to redesign everything. And it's very, very expensive. So I think this, trying to answer your question, these two disciplines are always connected, but they are working at different times. Or different speeds at the same time, if you want. I think it's best in this way. I don't know if I can.
No, that's a fascinating point, and I hadn't really thought about it, but I think that's really interesting indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let us now look at the chats. So from Sarah, Elena, thank you for a great paper. Could I ask you to tell us a bit more about Suor Celeste and how she managed to have a bust made? Oh. I don't think that's right, is it?
Can you hear me now?
Sorry.
No.
Sorry, I'm
No.
So, question to Jose. The municipality
Rispondo per chat.
Yeah, to Jose, the municipality of Almada is engaged in the restoration of the Lazaretto. Can you tell us something about the project and the future of the building? Sorry, your microphone is off.
Oh, sorry. Now you hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joana Ping, for your interesting question. I think the Almada, the city power, is really trying to do something with the lazaretto. Actually, those plans are not publicly known, or cannot be publicly discussed. But I think they are trying to do something with the building. They are of course reusing the building or changing the use of the building, because in several ways it is very clear that the program and the architectural design of the lazaretto is quite clear to use in everything you want. Therefore, it is very easy to adapt to further functions. Notwithstanding the technical issues regarding to restoration or the conservation of the lazaretto are quite difficult to understand and to manage, because it is a very old building. It was further used as prison, and therefore it is very complicated to assess the costs of reusing it and trying to design the interior of the lazaretto to further using, but they are still in a confident mode, so it is not possible to discuss it. But they are definitely trying to do something about it and to restore or to do restoration and preserve it for the future.
Thank you very much. So there are two questions for Yaidi. One from Sarah. Many thanks for a great piece of investigation. Did you find anything about nursing staff or nursing practice in your research? And then there's one from Anna. Thank you for a great paper. I was saddened to hear the hospital is slated to be sold off. Is there any movement to preserve this kind of cultural heritage?
Thank you. Sarah, thank you so much for this question, because, can you hear me? No?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Just this morning, I was thinking about this question and knowing that I don't have an answer for you, but I so regret that when I was doing this research, I found, or I located, the kind of like the rule books of how the day-to-day functions were. And I thought, oh, well, you know, I mean, the archive is just down the street from my house. I'll go some other time. But then we had these series of, you know, natural disasters that everything was closed. So, and then when there's no electricity, there's a rule that the documents can only be taken down on an elevator, the ones that are in the larger archive. But if you don't have electricity, you can't use the elevator. I mean, it was just a long list of setbacks, and I have not been able to get back to those documents yet. But I know that that information is in those documents. And if I don't do it, hopefully one of these students that are also, now interested will look them up. But just this morning I was thinking, like, were they nuns, or I can't even picture it. So I'm sorry I don't have an answer for you, but I promise you I will find out, and I'll let you know. And the second question, luckily the people that love San Juan really love San Juan, and they will fight if things like this happen, but there is not a whole lot that you can do sometimes when the government has already decided something, or probably already sold it. The students, for example, there was another university just on the other side of the same block, and that building was owned by the Archdiocese. They sold it, and the students protested, but there was just nothing that we could do against the Catholic Church selling their own property. But in our case, it's the government, and the government kind of places their people inside the school to also make all these decisions without anyone knowing. The students do stand up for themselves. They do, if they don't like something that's going on, they do go on strike. The citizens of the neighborhood also are very active, but we saw too many groups of suited people walking around the school, kind of looking around, and we were like, oh, they're talking about how they're going to put a pool in the courtyard and the bar next to it. So I don't know. Yes, they will prevent this from happening.
Thank you very much, Yaidi. So there's a question from YouTube from Beatrice B. Hi, Valeria. Thank you so much for the brilliant paper. I'd like to ask you a question about the unpublished map you showed us. How did you come to connect the map with the two confraternities?
Continuo in italiano?
Va bene, sì, sì. Non lo so se Beatrice forse, forse, perché no?
Dunque, grazie John, perché il tuo italiano è perfetto.
Magari.
Sì, ho già sentito. Dunque, innanzitutto ringrazio dell'interessante domanda. In realtà ho messo a confronto questa descrizione che fanno i confratelli, la confraternita della vita, che ho trovato in Archivio di Stato, ed è una descrizione molto particolareggiata sul progetto del nuovo ospedale. L'ho messa a confronto con questa mappa e corrisponde quasi tutto, perché è veramente quella che ho trovato in Archivio di Stato, è veramente una descrizione, addirittura entra nel merito delle dimensioni degli spazi che devono essere costruiti. Quindi in questo modo sono riuscita a metterla in relazione con la mappa, che invece ha una storia molto lunga. Questa pianta che ho trovato ha una storia molto lunga nel descrivere come mai questa pianta, che è poi tarda perché è del XVII secolo, arrivi fino a noi, e su questo non mi soffermo. La cosa importante è che la descrizione della confraternita della vita nel progetto del nuovo ospedale corrisponde perfettamente a ciò, più o meno, insomma, a ciò che si trova nella pianta.
Grazie mille. Beatrice or Beatrice, so the response is, thank you very much for your interest. So what she has done is done a very detailed comparison between a very detailed description of the hospital, which she found in the Archivio di Stato, the state archives, to the map. And because the description describes the spaces and how they were used, she's able to map it on, as it were, to the map very, very carefully, and therefore sort of link it through the description of the Confraternita della Vita. Thank you. There's been a bit of chat about Suor Celeste Maria Luisa Mattioli. Elena has said that she lived for a long time from 1811 to 1901. Her activity for sick and poor people was very appreciated. At the end of his life, we know that she received a prize that was remembered in a cover of a national magazine, Domenica del Corriere. Thank you. Are there any more questions? We have 5 minutes to go in which to investigate these papers. I had many other questions. So could I ask Yaidi possibly a bit more about her fascinating project? So my question really was, why was the decision in 1774 made to construct the new hospital and to serve that particular community?
Thank you, Professor Henderson. So there had been a small space in the very close by, maybe 3 blocks down, was what today is the governor's mansion. It's called the Palacio Santa Catalina, or La Fortaleza. And there's a small space there. Today it's actually still a convalescence hall run by the nuns of Siervas de Maria. It's a Spanish order that's still there. And the space was just too small. So, and it was only also serving people that were either administrators or military. So this bishop, had this vision for a hospital specifically for the poor, in his words, that would accommodate 500.
Wow.
I think, yes, it's incredible, because I feel later when the municipality kind of starts putting its hand into the hospital, it really is because they haven't been either interested or incentivized to build a hospital for this population. So I don't think that those 500 beds were ever for this community. I think they probably right away became for soldiers, but that was the reason that a larger space was envisioned. And soon, it wasn't that much after when a second hospital was built, but it was also insufficient. So a lot of the tensions between the military and the municipality were because the military was refusing to accept the people from the community, and the municipality would say, no, but the bishop, the bishop gave you this hospital because you promised to take these people. So then they started charging them, and they would charge them 5 times more than what they needed to charge them. So it really was a lack of interest from the municipality to serve their own population. And yeah, so that's the reason.
So one of the themes which seems to have emerged from a lot of the papers has been the religious role of hospitals. A lot of the Mediterranean ones, obviously. And I was wondering, I mean, obviously, if the bishop was involved, then he had a strong moral and religious message and crusade. And I was wondering if you could talk to that and whether that's something that changed once the municipality and the military became more involved.
Yes, I'm not sure how romanticized this vision is because there is only one source that's written about it. But the bishop did just incredible fundraising, like privately, to get this done. So if that's true, he really did, want this hospital to serve the community. Later hospitals, I mean, like I say, the military aspect of the architecture in San Juan, I think really spills over into hospitals. It wasn't really a thing, even though there were charitable institutions that started the hospitals as everywhere else, but they weren't necessarily like we heard yesterday in Lima, where the prescription was like a certain number of masses and prayers. I don't feel it was like that. I could be wrong, but I think this was very much geared towards having, I mean, at this time you had the Dutch in the Caribbean, you had the English that were bombing San Juan. It really was a military defense point for the Spanish crown in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. And a lot of these services were geared towards that.
Mm. Oh, fascinating. Thank you very much indeed. So you'd like to add another point?
Well, I wanted to ask José a question, if I could.
We sort of run out of time.
Oh, okay. I'll ask him.
If Anna allows me, will Anna allow me to ask a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Feel free to
You're allowed. Anna allows you, so you can. Santa Anna.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Anna. José, I'm fascinated by all the research, but yours was so interesting because I don't think I've ever seen a panopticon structure as much as I've read about it and read what Foucault has to say about it. And you mentioned that even though it was never used for surveillance, I was wondering if those lights were on, even if there was no one inside the tower. And if you think that had any kind of maybe psychological effect on the people that were, thinking about how it's used in a prison and how it's used in the hospital, even though they knew that there was no one in the surveillance tower. I'm wondering if you think that made any difference. And thank you.
Thank you, Yedi, for your question. I'm sure that there should be side effects of those security measures. For instance, always the guards were walking around the building in special paths. Definitely, I think it might be a very interesting question to think about in the future. But the panopticon, as it was designed firstly and then developed over the years, in the short period of time, of course, demanded that someone should see you, and you should not. You should always be seen by someone who is in control. I think in this place there was in what is related to space or architectural design, it was not that sense of Bentham panopticon directly in this building. I think it was some kind of security measure that you can see in other buildings, but it was not inside or inside out the building. It was just a measuring consumption matter. But you have to remember that they were almost jailed in the building, so they had to get or to be able to provide some security measures. But I think it was not in a sense of panopticon, but it was a sense of surveilling and ensuring security. So I think it could be managed from different ways. The guards could be everywhere, but it was not a sense of see but not be seen or something like that. It's quite different in this particular building. For instance, in sanatory, you have a vector sense of security, if you want, when patients could see each other, could talk with each other, and can be useful in sense of security. But and you can always see what they were doing, also by medical doctors or nurses, for instance. In this sense, you don't have that pathway or direct connection between Bentham's Panopticon in this building. I don't know if I can answer in this way your free question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to thank all 4 speakers for their marvelous papers, for being so incredibly efficient in keeping to time, and also for the very interesting discussion. So we shall be coming back Santa Ana in 15 minutes.
No, I'm not so benevolent.
No,
we will be back in 10 minutes. So
10 minutes.
Yes, please. So that's 1 Lisbon time. Thank you.
Okay. 10 minutes. Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Arrivederci.
Thank you.
So good morning to everyone. We'll start now the 11th session of this conference. The title is Read Between the Lines, Hospitals and Text. It will be a 3-presentation session. It will have undoubtedly a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach to the historical dimension of hospitals. And I will remember a few rules so we can avoid any delays. So each speaker will have 20 minutes to do his or her presentation in this case, and I will let you know when you have 5 minutes to run out of time. We'll have the answers and the debate, the debate at the end of the 3 presentations. And I will start presenting the first speaker, Elise Brodreau. She's a senior lecturer at the University of Valenciennes in France. She has been working on English poetry for years and has published a book on the poetry of D.H. Lawrence, Le jeu et ses masques dans la poésie de D.H. Lawrence, 2014. She's the co-editor of No Dialect, Please, You're a Poet, published by Routledge in 2019. And she's the author of many book chapters and articles on modernist poetry. For a couple of years, she has worked on the poetic representation of the experience of hospitalization. She has published articles on the theme about Philip Larkin's poems, namely Exposing Bare Lives, Philip Larkin's Hospital Poems, and about the hospital smells, a book chapter I believe that has been already published in late 2020 about the theme. Her presentation will deal with the title, Poeticizing the Experience of the Space in Hospital, and I will give you the word. You have 20 minutes, Elise. Thank you
very much. Thank you. Well, as you've made it clear, I'm no historian, so it will slightly differ from what we've heard so far. So I've slightly changed my title, so it's Hospital Space, Poeticized with a Bedridden Subject, with three contemporary, or rather contemporary poems. So in this poem, I propose to analyze 3 English poems that all take place in a hospital ward or room, and I try to bring together the discipline of hospital space with the discipline of poetry. In his incorporation of the hospital into modern technology, Michel Foucault famously explains how in the 18th century, the discipline imposed on the hospital system was in part resting on the organization of individuals in space. This individualization of space was to prevent the spread of germs and diseases. It was to facilitate productivity, efficiency, circulation of staff, and it was to enable the surveillance and classification of patients, each patient now being given a bed quite likely to remain their own during their entire stay in hospital. The discipline of space sought the singularization of each patient who would necessarily submit to the general discipline. So in each of the poems, by Liz Lockhead, Homilies from Hospital, Hannah Sullivan, The Sandpit After Rain, Helen Dunmore, Plain Outside, word 78, the static bedridden I subjectively experiences the collective institution throughout lying in a bed, a hospital measurement unit that materializes the individualization of space and actively partakes to the hospital discipline. I want to analyze how poetry, which likewise submits to a disciplinary system of science, can aestheticize the specificities of the focalization of a patient stuck in bed, that place of safety and of brutal limitation, of intense subjective experience limited by the rules of the institution, of privacy behind flimsy curtains and open doors. So I'd first look at Liz Lockhead and the well-drawn curtain. In her Homilies from Hospital, Lockhead evokes the daily life in the ward and insists on the patient's shrinking horizon. It's a quote from the middle of the poem. The world shrinks to the size of the ward in this dull day room. So the scene of the patient's dull experience is bound to be performed inside. The outside can only be imagined. The poem opens with, there was a bit of an upset one afternoon. Well, waking from an after-dinner nap, you get so tired. I heard sounds, moans, I suppose you could call them, small cries, a kind of whimpering. That male Galbraith, it was her all right. It is the perception of unexpected sounds that set the poem, in motion. As she hears another patient's expression of physical pain, the vulnerable bedridden persona starts questioning the validity of words, sounds, moans, cries, whimpering, as though the specificity of the place were literally altering their common meaning. Once the performer identified, so it's that Miss Galbraith making so much noise. So when she is identified, quite likely by her location in her individualized space in the ward, the phenomenological experience is supplemented by an awkward visual dimension. The focalizer's eye is drawn to the moaning scene. The curtains were well drawn, but hanging down below their floral edge, they're no longer than bed level. Her half leg cut off below the knee, and a nurse with forceps or something at the stitches. Though the curtains remain neatly drawn, they somehow seem to open onto a stage, like on a stage in a theater. So that it seems to open onto a stage where the patient spectator may peep at the other patient actor, half hidden and yet revealed. For the curtains do not conceal the whole scene. Quite strikingly, actually, both curtains and leg are cut too short, neither ensuring their initial function, both unnaturally amputated. The parenthetical comment here highlighted, they're no longer than bed level, poetically incarnates the ambiguous function of the curtains. Brackets keep the aside or the digression apart and simultaneously bring it to the open on the surface of the text. This internal contradiction of both brackets and curtains, in fact, imparts the dual function of the curtains. They hide and offer a semblance of privacy to the patients, but at the same time, they're cut too short and short enough to make surveillance possible. In this poem, the well-drawn curtains actually intensify the dramatic dimension as they participate in the panoptic visual organization of space. The poetic eye's visual axis is ambiguously precise and blurred. She sees stitches on the half-cut leg, but hesitates about the forceps or something, a hesitation that reveals both her fascination and the physical relative distance that separates her from the half-cut leg. But this very distance is reduced in the next stanza. It was loose around a bone stump, like leather folder under, gather and hamstrung with catgut. The skin was a bit on the blue side. Oh, her shrieks and 3 loud dark drops of bat blood from where the clean thing had probed it. Of course, this was none too pleasant for anyone concerned, but on the whole here, it's a well-ordered existence. The eye, allured by the 2 short curtains, moves to an unexpected close focus, and thus provides a quasi-naturalistic picture of the healing, bluish, thick, leathery bruise. The persona's attention is then drawn to the detail of the 3 loud, dark drops of bat blood, a string of alliterative monosyllables, onomatopoeically evoking the dripping, a loud dripping that unexpectedly competes with the shrieks. The bedridden focalizer then comments on the experience, which she deems as none too pleasant. This was none too pleasant for anyone concerned, an obvious understatement that, like the curtains themselves, reveals way more than it shows, but the experience is such for anyone concerned. An ambiguous determination. Is it none too pleasant for the patient actor or for the patient spectator on the adjacent bed? This odd determination blurs the supposedly individualization of space and of experience. The curtain actually propagates empathy, create a common experience in the guise of its compartmentalization. And yet, partitions between the patients are reintroduced by it's a well-ordered existence, an apparently flippant line that in truth is more likely to be self-reassuring, a performative attempt to avoid the spread of physical and psychological suffering. This part of Liz Lockhead's poem actually evokes and acutely evokes the collective dimension of the place and experience. Each patient, individualized when allotted a bed and the few square meters around it, is drawn to what fate is at stake behind the curtain, on a bed which is the exact replica of their own, with the same white sheets. This ambiguous empathy, triggered by a genuine feeling of closeness or hideous emotions of repulsion or by mere curiosity, feeds the long hours the patient spends lying on their back, contemplating their own subjectivity. In 2018, Hannah Sullivan, in her long poem, The Sandpit After Rain, at some point deals with this entangling of very intense individual experience with odd proximity, both at once physical and existential. In her 23-page long poem, Sullivan brings together 2 nearly simultaneous events, her father's death and her giving birth to her son. She writes, birth and death happen on adjacent wards, thus bringing the antagonistic events in the same space. Yet the union is not complete, for the wards are merely adjacent, merely or rigorously adjacent. Later in the poem, stuck in bed after her critical C-section, she goes, "The baby did not look like my father at all, but there was a resemblance, our slight awkwardness with each other. Neither of us was at our best that first night. There was the puff of the pump compressing my legs. I was giddy from the intravenous morphine. My catheter wept, and I was amazed, after watching so much arid dialysis, by the heavy saddle bags of urine beside the bed. And then there was our mutual Englishness. We tried to ignore the UV lighting coming under the curtain and the hissing mother of the jaundiced twins. Isolated in a private space, the persona awkwardly gets acquainted with her baby, a hesitating mutual adjustment, partly due to her physical compression in bed. The measurement of blood pressure, there was the puff of the pump compressing my legs, beats and alliteratively constrains the poetic pressure. She's coerced in bed by the compressing machine, and her very body gradually merges with that mechanicity. A drip injects morphine into her veins, and the next image, my catheter wept, turns the catheter, into a bodily extension, a sort of prosthesis of her own self, her own emotional being. Her bladder is then somehow exteriorized as its function is artificially ensured by heavy saddle bags attached to the bed. She's amazed that she can visually quantify what should be hidden in her bladder. She thus seems to be merging with her mechanical hospital bed, the main device of individualization of hospital space, then becoming an extension of her own hospital self. Though giddy with morphine, she's stuck. But like in the previous poem, she's disturbed by what is going on beyond the curtain, again characterized by its paradoxical porosity and a possible material echo to the uterine wall recently incised with a C-section. The light is quite significantly coming under the curtain, as though deliberately dodging the flimsy obstacle and aiming at the bedridden persona. Though she and her newborn tried to ignore, so they try to ignore it, she's nonetheless aware that this light is a UV light for the unseen adjacent jaundiced babies. This awareness of the contiguous situation is further magnified by the hearing of the mother's hissing and the hissing mother behind the curtain, an intimate sound that in the middle of the night only lovers usually get to hear. So this spatial organization, which sets side by side patients, one with their bed, aware of yet unseen by each other, subjected to so close and so diverging experiences, each going through a critical existential moment, is definitely specific to the hospital. And Hannah Sullivan here renders the vertiginous experience of this situation, which subtly entangles the body with the bed. The in and out through the curtain, through the externalized artificial bladder that makes urine visible, but also with a paternal figure that she lets into her room, which is not her own room, in this bed where she replaces the previous patient and will be replaced by the next one. The in, the fetus, the bladder, has moved out, and heredity blends with replaceability. These displacement awkwardly revolving about the static bedridden patient and within the constraints of the poetic form. The third and last poem I want to look at, which is much shorter, also deals with this confusing idea of displacement about, around, or even of the hospitalized static patient. It is Helen Dunmore's Plain Outside Word 78. In her autobiographical poem, Helen Dunmore lies in bed, fighting against pain with morphine. The title of her poem introduces its main issue, that is, the ambiguous porosity between the outside and the inside. 78 reminds...
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. 78 reminds the reader that the hospital is all about numbers, figures, rates, units, which Dunmore here inscribes in the poetic territory of words. The sign usually seen stuck on hospital walls, word 78, is here pasted at the head of her 4-stanza poem. Here is the poem. The tree outside the window is lost and gone. Below a leaf in the summer dark, a buffet of rain. I might owe this tree to morphine. I might wake in the morning to find it dissolved, paper hung in water. Nothing to do with dreams. I cannot sleep. Pain is yard away, held off like bad weather. In the ward's beautiful contentment, freed by opiates, hooked to oxygen, we live for the moment. The only material traces of the hospital in this poem are the window and morphine. The window, a significant presence in any hospital bedroom, opens on the plane tree of the title. The poem that starts with what lies outside the window, outside the word 78. Soon enough, the bedridden persona's focalization loses ground with physical hospital reality and loses touch with the plane tree caught in a blurred image of a rising gale. Then in the second stanza, repeating I might, the I voice magnifies at once the fragility of her phenomenological interpretation and her deep awareness of this cognitive vulnerability. The plane tree, which she assumes line 2 is lost and gone, may now never have existed. A possible hallucination she might be able to check the day after the tempest. The morphine of the previous poem, which compressed the patient to the immediate reality of the bed and of her urine production, here operates differently as it takes the patients outside, and outside she might be hallucinating. And yet, she insists that this has nothing to do with dreams. The hospital bed is not a place where patients dream. They lie, waiting, and cannot sleep. The confusion caused by morphine that moves the focus outside and moves the outside out of reality leads the patient to spatialize pain. Pain is yards away, held off like bad weather. Morphine displaces pain from physical to a spatial experience. Pain has not disappeared. It has been merely blown away, producing a quite unexpected ward's beautiful contentment freed by opiates. The oddness of the phrase, excessive by its reference to beauty, contrasts with Liz Lockhead's way more pragmatic mention of the ward's, quote, well-ordered existence, where the hospital bed was a limitation. With the word's beautiful contentment, the hospital bed becomes a place of safety which protects the patient from the gale of pain and ensures a form of satisfaction, of static freedom, in fact. The rhyme, contentment moment, somehow enfolds the stanza and formally suggests the protective shell offered by the bed and the morphine. But the freedom here suggested, freed by opiates, is swiftly reversed in the final lines. Hooked to oxygen, we live for the moment. The patient is hooked, physically hooked to the bed, addicted to painkillers, and more significantly here, to oxygen. This image reveals the extreme physical vulnerability of a patient, over-conscious of the necessity of oxygen, and at the same time, her addiction to life, her resolution not to quit living. In the last line, with we, the persona goes beyond the word 78 and probably includes patients from other wards, other units, other hospitals, those who collectively share their physical pain and ontological, so singular crisis. This broadening of experience, still another expression of human empathy, is coupled with a dissolving of space, including the individualized space of the bedridden patient. This last line states that all is about time, not just any time, but time present, the moment, whose fragile nature is revealing the uncertainty of the meaning of for. We live for the moment. Do we live for the sake of the moment? Or can we merely say that for the moment we live? Is this perfunctory satisfaction sufficient enough to talk about the word's beautiful contentment? So to conclude, these three poems propose a focalization from the hospital bed. They somehow fit that specific vision, constrained by physical vulnerability and immobilization within the formal constraints of the poetic genre. All three poems then, though differently, evoke the vertiginous experience of the singular caught in the collective, of the bedridden subjectivities set side by side, delivered in the hands of the collective institution, in which they perform a transient role. The space that was individualized for each of them will be allocated to another individual patient after them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elise. We'll have now a presentation from Mary Allett. I'm sorry, I just need to go consult my notes. So Mary is a Humanities and Healthcare Fellow at the University of Oxford on the project Advancing Medical Professionalism, Integrating Humanities Teaching in the University of Oxford's Medical School. She's also the postdoctoral research assistant for the Northern Network for Medical Humanities Research at the University of Leeds. Mary is a collaborator on the Wellcome Small Grant project, Senses and Modern Healthcare Environments, exploring interdisciplinary and international opportunities, led by Dr. Victoria Bates. She's also a co-investigator on a Wellcome Discretionary Award, Thinking Through Things, which aims to develop a cross-disciplinary ECR research network that engages with the Wellcome Collection in connection with the Northern Network for Medical Humanities Research and Durham's Institute for Medical Humanities. Mary completed her PhD in English Literature at the University of York in 2018, focusing on experiences and representations of spaces and senses in First World War medical caregiving narratives. Mary's research focuses on medical life writing, practitioner health, medical spaces and senses, and early 20th century surgery. She will be presenting us a paper named Scaling the Hospital, Imagining and Mapping Clinical Space. So Mary, you have your 20 minutes from now on.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you to all the organisers and all the speakers so far. The material I will be presenting on today is early research into textual and literary depictions of clinical spaces, namely hospitals. I am interested in uncovering how such spaces are imagined, interpreted, understood, and ultimately written. I begin by taking the idea of the model hospital literally by introducing you to the King's Fund Miniature Hospital from 1932. I will then go on to discuss a satirical article about the model on my way to exploring how this imagines, maps, and interprets clinical space. The King's Fund Miniature Hospital was put on display at an exhibition which opened on the 6th of January 1933 in London before travelling around the rest of Britain. The purpose of the model was to demonstrate what the King's Hospital Fund were doing and attract donations. The King's Fund was formed in 1897 as the Prince of Wales Hospital Fund for London and initiated by the Prince to collect and distribute funds to hospitals in London. It primarily raised money for voluntary hospitals, focusing on the provision of health services to the poor. Its intent was to provide healthcare to those most in need. But why did the miniature hospital come about? The idea for the hospital came from the Fund's propaganda committee. The chairman for the committee, Viscount Burnham, explained that a suggestion was made in the autumn of 1929, that a scale model of a modern hospital, complete as far as practicable in its smallest details, would be likely to arouse the interest of the public and incidentally bring revenue to the fund. A primary aim of the Fund's propaganda committee, as well as raising funds and making the most of the royal connections, was to raise the profile of voluntary hospitals and demonstrate the importance of contributing to social welfare. The committee chairman further introduces the model by saying, "The model cannot fail to be a source of delight as well as instruction to grown-ups and children alike, and will, it is hoped and believed, leave on the minds of those who see it a permanent impression that will result in a more general understanding of the hospital's manifold functions and their importance in the life of every individual, and consequently in a deeper sense of personal responsibility for their maintenance. It is a fervent hope that the model has embarked upon a long career of public interest, and that, both directly and indirectly, the sacred cause of relieving sickness and sorrow may be advanced by its means." The miniature hospital appears to have been designed with the idea of circulating knowledge about the fund, playing upon royal connections, as if the name wasn't enough, and demonstrating, even if in minor ways, the importance of considered hospital design and interconnections of social care. The programme booklet, which accompanies the exhibition, opens with, "In the days of Florence Nightingale, this country led the world in hospital construction. Since then, there has been keen but friendly rivalry among the more advanced countries all over the world, and it must be confessed that sometimes our countries have been more ready to take up new ideas and develop them. The model has been designed to show that once again this country has realised the importance of adopting new methods in planning and equipment. Many of the leading firms have generously cooperated to produce, as nearly as possible, an example of an up-to-date hospital fully equipped for modern needs, and it is hoped the result proves conclusively that for skill and workmanship and satisfactory use of materials, British manufacturers cannot be beaten the world over." As well as signalling the history of hospital development and admitting that Britain has not always been entirely ahead of the curve, they are keen to emphasise the immense skill of British manufacturing. Underlying this, there is a suggestion of reassurance that Britain is still at the cutting edge and actively working towards embedding the latest advancements into widespread hospital provision. I reiterated the royal connection before because the model hospital seems to be to intentionally play upon Queen Mary's Doll's House, which had been built between 1921 and 1924. It was displayed at the Empire Exhibition at Wembley in London in 1924, and its aim was to showcase the best of British workmanship and skill. This dollhouse connection is something that is revelled in when it comes to the model hospital. Even the catalogue entry for the hospital, today on loan from the Wellcome Collection to the Science Museum and currently on display in their medicine galleries, opens with, "Why build a miniature hospital? Was it really a royal doll's house? Queen Mary, wife of King George V, liked it so much she gave her lace handkerchiefs as tiny bedspreads. But it was not made for her. Built as a scale model of 1930s hospital with everything 16 times smaller than real life." Immediately we can tell that actually the doll's house has nothing to do with it, but the connection to Queen Mary is something certainly enjoyed. I'd like to focus in on the object now and think about what representation of the hospital is given through the miniaturization. In many ways, the miniaturization of the hospital makes sense for allowing people to engage with the entirety of the space and building. The whole is seen at once. Claude Lévi-Strauss, in his discussion of scale, asks, "What is the virtue of reduction either of scale or in the number of properties? It seems to result from a sort of reversal in the process of understanding. To understand a real object in its totality, we always tend to work from its parts. The resistance it offers us is overcome by dividing it. Reduction in scale reverses this situation. Being smaller, the object as a whole seems less formidable." The model then gives us an opportunity to consider the whole and not separate the building into its component parts, such as the ward, the operating theatre, the kitchens. Lévi-Strauss further speaks of sensible and intelligible dimensions. The intrinsic value of a small-scale model is that it compensates for the renunciation of sensible dimensions by the acquisition of intelligible dimensions. The hospital, miniaturized, is made intelligible. Simon Garfield tells us that we bring things down to size to understand and appreciate them. Something too big to visualize at full scale, a building perhaps, or a war, may be rendered comprehensible at 12:1. Artists, sculptors, set designers, poets, work in miniature because it encourages greater scrutiny and deeper participation. Miniature items help us to imagine grander schemes. Bringing it down to the size allows us to visualize the entire building, to begin to understand how each part relates to another, to begin to allow the viewer to scrutinize and participate. There's a program booklet which accompanies this exhibit. In the first part, they focus on the shell of the model, emphasizing the different stages of creation and levels of labor involved. While the miniature fittings, figures, and internal furniture of a model of this nature make the picture which is impressed upon the observer, it is necessary to bear in mind that by far the most important part is the miniature building in which they are housed. It is notable that the accompanying program first highlights the outer structure, and by so doing, emphasizes the great deal of skill and labor which goes into it. Just because it is small does not mean it does not rely on a great deal of building skill and technique, and in fact, perhaps more. In her discussions of miniatures and miniaturization, Susan Stewart explains that while the materiality of the product is diminished, the labor involved multiplies, and so does the significance of the total object. On such a small scale, more attention is given to the labor involved, becoming microcosmic for the extent of craftsmanship and skill required. By focusing in on hinges, connections, structural details, we are reminded not just of the materiality of the object, but how it might then relate to a bigger spatiality. It is important, however, to remember this is a model, is not a depiction of an existing or future hospital. While details of its layout meet changing expectations of hospital design, it is very much a representation rather than an architectural depiction. The model hospital as it sits can only tell us so much. It does not show, for example, how the spaces are used. It requires some narrative engagement, otherwise it remains passive and static. It is not even a tableau playing out a choreographed scene. There are figures in most of the spaces, in the beds, going up in the lift, but there is no story to these events. Without narrative, it is somewhat one-dimensional. So what if this model is given a narrative? I turn now to a satirical article published in response to the exhibition. In the 7th of January 1933, the day after the exhibition is opened, edition of Country Life, there is an article entitled The King's Fund Miniature Hospital by Gulliver Redivivus. Under the image banner and a quick note on the scale model on show, the article is introduced as, below we publish an account of the Lilliputian Hospital written by a supposed descendant of the famous Gulliver. The account is not so much a travelogue, although it certainly fits that genre, but explicitly explains that it wants to show how this model, a Lilliputian hospital, comes to be on display in London. Gulliver explains, since I had the good fortune to bring back with me a relic of that kingdom, perhaps it will not be thought amiss if I inform the world how a work exhibiting so much ingenuity came to be made, as also the circumstances in which I was enabled to carry it away with me on my return. The article pretends and imagines that the model hospital is a real hospital in Lilliput. The account sets up the narrator as a traveller to a mysterious and almost wholly untouched island. No one has visited Lilliput since his relative, Lemuel Gulliver. There is immediately the aura of exoticization, surprise that the state is so progressive, especially when it comes to their hospital infrastructure and developments in science and medicine. Far from being a backward people, the Lilliputians are no less progressive than ourselves. Indeed, in some respects, they have outstripped us both in the fertility of their invention and the ordering of their affairs. The Lilliputians are proud of their hospital provision and seek to show it off to the curious visitors. The tour of the hospital is the main focus in the account, and I will just pull out some interesting details from that. It is through the tour that Gulliver conveys more explanation of the hospital's details and how these relate to development, medical knowledge and care. It is very light touch in circulating these ideas. For example, he, his guide around the hospital, pointed out to me that there were no interior courts or quadrangles, so that every room had its windows facing outwards to the light and air. In the adults' ward, there were but 12 beds, a smallness of number on which I remarked to Reldresel, his guide. He informed me that in the wards of many hospitals, there were indeed 20 or 30 beds, but the latest practice was to reduce the number, and that I must remember that this was a model hospital. The narrative of the tour manages to translate some of the design specifics through this fictive mouthpiece. Ultimately, the narrative style, the tour of the hospital, and the curiosity and awe of the narrator projects a utopic vision of a hospital, one which is far from blood, guts, and gore. Part of my reason for my focus on this obscure object and even more obscure article is my confusion and curiosity for it. Why is the miniature hospital and the advertisement of it being on show being satirized and made other through this article? I have no clear answer to this, but will offer some thoughts. A couple of caveats, first of all. The magazine in which this article sits, Country Life, were also responsible for the programme accompanying the event. So they've already written the serious account of the hospital and the exhibition. Secondly, Country Life was founded by the close friend and patron of Gertrude Jekyll and Edwin Lutyens, who had been the gardener and architect, respectively, responsible for Queen Mary's Doll's House. And thirdly, audiences of the magazine would be generally well-off, middle-class, well-educated, and probably comfortably in on the satirical, parodic, intertextual joke and introduction of Gulliver. On the simplest level, the descriptive attention, and especially story, given to the details makes them matter. Their significance increases. But it's peculiar that the article chooses a literary reference and voice of the 18th century, adopts a 19th century satirical parodic style of journalism to discuss early 20th century medical infrastructure. Is the narrative of progress complicated by these different historical and mediating lenses? Does the fictionalizing make people more interested? I also query whether the othering of the hospital potentially undoes the suggestion that this is a display of British workmanship, labour and skill. In Gulliver's discussion with the emperor, he divulges the conditions of welfare and medical provision in his own country, admitting a shortfall. He describes how our hospitals depended for their maintenance on voluntary support and extolling the generosity of our public, which rendered such a system possible. Without attacking its readers, it is able to put into the mouth of Gulliver that such healthcare is dependent upon generosity, guilting through stealth. The article may well be considered an extension of the propaganda committee, bolstering the fund. But there's also a sense that perhaps they are saying, listen, we know we can do better, we're working on it. And also at the same time saying, if they can do it, so can we. Almost shaming people into donating so that they can be up to date and maybe even on the cutting edge of medicine once again. Returning to the article's narrative, how does this model come to be in Gulliver's possession and then on show? We certainly cannot help but read this as part of colonization narrative and the idea of taking what is not his to take. Look back at the header to the account. He seems to grab a hold and pull it out of the ground. However, the account clarifies how it comes into possession. Perhaps they realised how bad it sounded, the idea that he's taken this model as a souvenir without permission. In his conversation with the emperor, Gulliver says, if I could but take back with me the building which I have been privileged to examine and show to my own people the pattern of a Lilliputian hospital, but that, alas, is impossible. And the emperor responds, I will have one made like it, but fashioned so that you may carry it away with you. By the end of this tale, the object on show is a replica.
Mary, I'm sorry, 5 minutes.
Thank you. By the end of this tale, the object on show is a replica. It is back to being a model, a representation of a real thing. We are exposed to different layers of interpretation, imagination, and representation. We have entered the hospital, in a way, through metaphor, through fiction, through the historical. Does this change how you see those spaces? The object has given way to space. Not everyone understood or bought into the idea of what the hospital was doing. Thank goodness I'm not alone. J. Basil Cook, disappointed from Isleworth, perhaps misses the point of the object when he wrote to the Lancet at the end of January that year. It is hoped that the model of the hospital will not be regarded as the best British architects can achieve in hospital design. To the layman, the general appearance is doubtless attractive, but there are various shortcomings which are at once apparent to anyone experienced in hospital management. No provision has been made for an instrument sterilizer. An electric light should have been fixed over each bed. There is no fire escape staircase. And he goes on. While at first I was tempted to dismiss these remarks, J. Basil Cook has a point, not least the omission of the fire escape. Perhaps one of the reasons this model hospital has been given such little attention is because it indeed fails to depict up-to-date hospital design and medical knowledge. Was it a choice to represent the idea and ideal hospital, or to create similitude? The idea, the representation, instead focuses on conveying just any sense of what a hospital is and does, rather than inform the general public about the ins and outs of hospital design specifically. One might argue, of course, that like Basil, I have taken this too seriously. It is just a model. But ultimately, both the model and circulation of that image would impact the representation and idea of the hospital held in people's minds. And I would say this is just as key as the physical clinical space itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. We'll have our third presentation now. It's from Jessica Campbell. Jessica is an ESRC funded PhD student within the School of History, Classics and Archaeology at the University of Edinburgh. Her current research focuses on the relationship between madness, creativity and experience. Her MSCR thesis entitled The Boundaries of Madness, it was finished in 2018, explores the notion of space and identity through an examination of the patient-produced writings of 19th and 20th century Scottish asylum magazines. Her doctoral project, From Moral Treatment to Mad Culture, seeks to extend upon these interconnected themes of creativity and patient expression through historical inquiry into the nature of alternative psychiatric therapies in Britain since 1840. She will offer us a presentation entitled Open Doors and Flattened Hierarchies, exploring the boundaries of space and identity in Tingleton Hospital's therapeutic community from circa 1963. So, Jessica, you have your 20 minutes from now on. Thank you. Sorry, Jessica, we're not hearing you.
Sorry, I'm just having a few issues with the sharing. I might have to leave it like this, if that's okay.
Okay, we can see it.
Great, thank you so much. So despite the recent shift towards using alternative sources as part of a wider attempt to reconstruct a patient-oriented history from below, one significant phenomenon has received surprisingly limited consideration: the asylum magazine. Although a key cultural feature of asylum life in the UK, USA and Canada from as early as the 1840s, curiously little attention has been paid to patient-produced asylum publications. Scottish institutions were no exception to this burgeoning trend. In fact, they were arguably at the forefront of the phenomenon. Yet the focus on the asylum magazine in the Scottish context has been positively neglected. Addressing this historiographical gap, this paper examines the dynamics of an important yet overlooked institution within Scotland's history of psychiatry, Dingleton Hospital, through the lens of its in-house magazine, Outlook. Shaped by the countercultural influences of the 1960s and an increased interest in the approaches of social psychiatry, this small, unassuming asylum turned therapeutic community in the Scottish borders pioneered the development of an innovative approach to mental health care, in which the principles of democracy, openness, and permissiveness were applied within an institutional setting, thus disrupting the long-established boundaries, physical and symbolic, of its former 19th century asylum structure. So focusing on this theme of boundaries, I'll explore the ways in which notions of self, other, and identity were replicated in the hospital's changing social and spatial structures during this transformative period in Dingleton's history. Through a close analysis of primarily patient writings published in Outlook from 1963, I ask, were the boundaries of identity and space truly tested at Dingleton? Did the liberal rhetoric of Dingleton's advocates match the expressions of lived experience within the therapeutic community? Or was it merely another form of control, a simple reconfiguration of power relationships without any depth and change? By using Outlook as the foundation with which to address these questions, I hope not only to demonstrate the value of this underutilized source as a means of uncovering the patient's view, but to show that just as the popular image of the Victorian asylum as a bounded, isolated entity is questionable, so too is the notion of the therapeutic community as a model without boundaries. For the 20th century, we see once again that the boundaries between asylum and community are vague and uncertain. Melrose District Asylum was founded in 1872 as a purpose-built institution specifically designed to care for the pauper insane living in the Scottish border counties of Roxburgh, Selkirk and Berwick. The asylum was renamed Dingleton Hospital in 1948 and in the immediate post-war years underwent significant transformation under a newly appointed medical superintendent, Dr. George Bell. Contending that the reason patients were dangerous was because they were locked up, Bell argued that the only way to obtain security in a mental hospital and in the surrounding community was to open all the doors and leave them open. And he did exactly that. Throwing away the keys, Bell established Dingleton as Scotland's first open-door psychiatric hospital. Emphasising freedom of movement, the relationship between staff, patients, local communities, Dingleton quickly developed a reputation as a pioneer of the open-door policy, adopted by a number of mental hospitals in the UK in the 1940s and early 50s. However, it was under the superintendency of social psychiatrist Dr. Maxwell Jones during the period of considerable social change of the 1960s that Dingleton truly earned its status and international recognition as a pioneer in mental health care. As Jones reminisced in his book, The Process of Change, when he arrived as medical superintendent in 1962, he found a hierarchical structure, a feudal culture in which his predecessor Bell and Matron had both perceived their roles in terms of status and authority. Under Jones's management, the structures were drastically altered through its transformation into a therapeutic community. This transformation involved flattening of institutional hierarchies, experiments in integration of freedom of movement, the introduction of new therapies, notably talk-based group therapies, and the introduction of new concepts of responsibility, feedback, and constructive criticism, designed to assist patients in transitioning into adjusted, rehabilitated individuals who could return to life in the community. By the late 1960s and early 70s, the rise of the anti-psychiatry and countercultural movements has significantly influenced the contours of the therapeutic community model. Dingleton, Jones claimed, was developing its own counterculture. And it was within this zeitgeist of revolution and reform that in 1963, Outlook's inaugural issue was released, becoming both a product and a facilitator of the therapeutic community context from which it stemmed. Produced collaboratively by staff and patients, Outlook was initially a publication intended for internal consumption only, so that any misunderstandings arising from its deliberately controversial and outspoken contents could be dealt with by discussion in patient staff groups. However, it seems that within the first 2 years of the publication, this idea was abandoned. Circulation was extended to the public who could subscribe to the magazine for an annual subscription fee. Indeed, one of the main principles underpinning the therapeutic community was its emphasis on the permeability of the hospital's boundaries and the world beyond its gates. And it is clear that Outlook, although produced within an institutional context, was not a publication that existed in its own bubble. While much of its content relates to everyday life in the therapeutic community, the abundance of contributions, including poetry, letters, articles submitted from other hospitals, therapeutic communities, and interested parties, highlights Outlook's position within a wider cultural network. Outlook, therefore, appears as a literary space, in which the boundaries between Dingleton's internal world and the social world beyond its walls were transgressed, forming an imagined community that connected not only local groups, families, patients and staff, but a network of those interested in the therapeutic community movement across the UK and further afield. The boundaries of the hospital and community, however, were not only breached literarily. Outlook's narratives point to the blurring of spatial boundaries and a freedom of movement experienced within the lived reality of the therapeutic community. Numerous articles discuss the frequency with which visitors seeped into Dingleton's grounds and with which patients went out. Patients' reports on group holidays to Butlins, hospital exchanges, trips to nearby towns, theatres and cinemas is demonstrative of the fact that patients were not merely confined to spaces designated to madness. The most significant impact upon the patient experience, however, arguably came with the shifting of the spatial boundaries within the walls of the hospital itself. Although already operating on an open door system, the built environment upon Jones's arrival remained one premised on segregation. Staff and patients generally did not mix in the same spaces, and the wards were segregated by sex. Experiments in integration therefore were implemented, underpinned by the belief in the importance of social relationships and living learning situations, which it was felt could help be fostered through a spatial environment that encouraged inclusivity and communality. Spatial boundaries within the hospital, therefore, had to be reconfigured and integrated spaces established. The transformation of the built environment of the hospital was one of Outlook's first comments in its inaugural edition. And indeed, the significance of such changes went much deeper than a case of mere aesthetics. For example, a canteen and dining room, which was to be shared by staff and patients, was established in 1963. From the patient's perspective, it is clear that the canteen was a welcome addition and a valued space, as demonstrated by W.R.'s poem, The Canteen Hurrah. The hurrah for canteen described by W.R. is supported by a number of articles by patients who paint the space as a social centre, an enjoyable place of respite and refreshment, of mixing and sociability amongst patient groups, staff and visitors. However, while new spaces like the canteen were welcomed by staff and patients, the desegregation of wards by sex and the implementation of a mixed lounge proved more controversial. From the staff's point of view, the breach of spatial boundaries between male and female patients and between patients and staff seemed to have caused particular concern, especially in relation to the hospital's policy of permissiveness, which, although intended to create and encourage a greater tolerance of individuals' views and behaviours, was taken in some parts to mean sexual freedom. Interestingly, the anxiety provoked by the integration and blurring of spatial boundaries was not experienced solely by those in positions of power. Paradoxically, integration and greater communal mixing resulted in an atmosphere where the increased contact between staff and patients, which was intended to improve social relationships, also encroached on patients' sense of privacy. The blurring of spatial boundaries had increased the opportunity for observation and, in turn, intervention in patients' everyday lives. As a result, patients carved out exclusive spaces for themselves, such as the smoking corridor, which they used to escape the formal life of the hospital. By marking its boundaries, patients exposed established power relations by reversing them, and in doing so, were able to assert some control over their own identities. The existence of the smoking corridor thus throws into question the image of Dingleton as a community without boundaries, for, ironically, it was patients, in spite of this discourse of freedom and permeability, who constructed their own geography of exclusion. The creation of such geographies of exclusion demonstrates how the borders between self and other are echoed in spatial boundaries. The overhaul in the institutional structures and the integration of spaces brought about by the therapeutic community model was fundamentally linked to the issue of identity. Influenced by an emphasis on the elimination of physical and symbolic boundaries of difference, the flattening of hierarchical social structures of the hospital community was espoused as a levelling force, which was intended to encourage staff and patients to identify with one another as humans, as people. The replacement of authoritarianism with ideals of democracy, egalitarianism, and communal responsibility clearly had a significant impact on the dynamics of lived experience at Dingleton. The question of individual roles and identity are the most recurrent themes within the pages of Outlook, especially by its patient writers. For example, the centrality of role blurring in the formation of alternative identities as part of establishing a new culture at Dingleton is exemplified in the poem Acculturation. Here, the reader is taken on a journey of identity formation through various stages of the therapeutic community treatment process, in which the rhetorical questions of who is patient and who is staff draws attention to the role-blurring aspect of the therapeutic community endeavour. However, while the overwhelming majority of articles in Outlook emphasise relationship between roles, status and equality in a very cheery tone, the ways in which these seemingly liberal principles played out in the dynamics of staff-patient relationships was actually more complex in practice. As Jones recorded, with the hierarchical structure of the hospital threatened, understandably, leaders were found to protect the status quo. Hints of a reassertion of staff power are evident throughout the pages of Outlook. For instance, a poem entitled Question Mark and authored under the pseudonym Nurse Law questions the concept of democracy at Dingleton, asking, if this is a democracy and all the men are brothers, why then are there rules for some and nothing for others? It is in articles relating to the introduction of group therapy, however, that the politics of power and identity most clearly play out. Group meetings are frequently described as frustrating or pointless, as sites in which words become entangled, constructing not a bridge, but a barrier. EGS's poem Misinterpretation suggests that there was a hypocrisy to the therapeutic community principle of free speech. For while in theory patients were encouraged to speak their minds, their words were often misinterpreted or ignored. The dynamic described in these patient writings suggests that a very far-reaching exercise of power lay beneath the surface liberality of the therapeutic community movement. Indeed, it appears that in Dingleton's therapeutic community experiment, where more explicit structures of control were overhauled, group therapy may have become a method in which a more psychological form of control could be reasserted. And the same could also be said for work therapy at Dingleton. While views in articles and poetry by patients published in Outlook support the notion that work could provide a meaningful way for patients to build confidence and assume an identity other than that of patient, it is also evident that not everyone experienced work as therapeutic. A sense of an imbalance of power and mistreatment experienced by patients is epitomised by P.O.'s article entitled Treatment, in which he controversially challenges the notion of work as the true answer to normality and the key to saneness, by comparing the principle of work to freedom to labour at a concentration camp. P.O. questions the very basis of work as therapy as a cure for mental illness. However, he goes further in his concentration camp comparison to draw attention to the exploitative nature of the work patients are expected to participate in at Dingleton. They are not engaged in skilled occupations, but channeled into unskilled labour.
Sorry, Jessica, 5 minutes left.
Here, P.O., like many patient writers, holds up the mirror to the logic of sane society, challenging the discourse of the normal and its right to be the objective mouthpiece of the times. So surely it is those who insist on the performance of menial tasks for little to no pay who are mad. It is clear that for P.O., like many other patients, work therapy focused on work at the expense of therapy. A role intended to provide patients with an alternative identity to that of patient paradoxically served to reinforce their position as a subordinate other. The boundaries of madness were reconfigured and reconfirmed. Situated in an environment that proved especially conducive to the expression of patient voice, Outlook provides a rich literary landscape coloured with a multitude of views, experiences and perspectives, a valuable prism through which to explore the ways in which boundaries were put to the test within a new institutional framework. However, as the more critical writings in published in Outlook suggest, the off-cited perception of Dingleton as a progressive and enlightened institution, through its implementation of novel therapeutics, should be approached with an element of caution, as a close reading of the magazine draws attention to stark continuities in the therapeutic approaches of past eras. While the advent of open doors and therapeutic community policies advocated a more humane and less custodial approach to treating mental illness, the subtleties of social control and the imbalance of power inherent in the treatment of those deemed mentally ill remains a pertinent, although less explicit, feature of psychiatric care. However, to view Dingleton's unique transition from asylum to open door hospital to therapeutic community in such pessimistic terms would be to obscure its historical significance and its considerable influence upon later trends in Scottish mental health care. From the 1960s, Dingleton evolved into an amalgamation of therapeutic community practices within an institutional setting, providing a mixed economy of welfare that straddled the boundary between the traditional asylum care of the 19th century and the community care models of the 20th. This unique structure persisted in the Scottish borders until Dingleton's closure in 2001, demonstrative of Scotland's distinctive trajectory in which the ideologies of deinstitutionalisation transformed the nature of institutional care rather than completely eradicating it. Dingleton not only witnessed considerable longevity, but also offered a blueprint that was to influence the development of primary care models in mental health in the 1990s. The tale of Dingleton Hospital's therapeutic community as told throughout its pages is therefore a significant yet unheard story, one that should be given the due attention it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica, and thank you all three speakers, because the time was very was respected in a very disciplined way. So we have 20 and some minutes to debate. I think we haven't questions yet in the chat or in the YouTube, I don't know. But let me do some short comment on the three presentations. Let me contextualize. I'm a medievalist, so all this is, you know, the three presentations were very challenging for me, and I was thinking while I was reading the abstracts before the conference, and while I was watching all of you, I was thinking on the way that disease and, well, maybe not hospitals, but asylums and hospital-like facilities were romanticized in the 19th century. And I was thinking about, for example, the works of Susan Sontag on the metaphors of illness. And with the development of the microbial theory, with the works of Louis Pasteur and others, the hospitals became desirably aseptic, but also the experience of being in a hospital became aseptic in some way. So it is very disruptive to have someone writing a poem on the experience of being hospitalized, or to make a nice model of a hospital to present to the general public, to receive, maybe funding, but also a positive attention from the public. And I think I like the expression that you cited, Jessica, of rebellious. Yes, I think it would be today pretty rebellious to give voice to the patients, and even if it was or not some way another form of control, I believe that they were not there wasn't any censorship on what they wrote. I don't know, but you can tell us a little bit more about this. So I must admit that although a layman, I was very impressed with all three presentations, because they gave us very different aspects of these of the refuse of the hospital as a non-place, as a non-lieu, to bring it back to a human dimension that in some way lost since the late 19th century. So thank you all. It was very, very interesting. And I just can thank Anna Peterson, Edith Alberto, and Joana Balsas-Pinho for having me sharing this session. It made my day, certainly. Thank you. I don't know if you want to comment something until we have some questions. I don't know if there are some questions on YouTube.
Sorry, my question is kind of, I've been typing and I realized it's just really long. So if you don't mind, I might just say it. I guess that's like coordinator privilege. So thank you everyone for really three fantastic papers which kind of show how we can interpret I have a question for Marie. So that model is truly fantastic. I don't know why I found it quite funny in some ways, but there's just like, I saw it and I felt childlike joy. I don't know if that was what they were going for. And the allusion to Queen Mary's dollhouse is really fascinating. So I was thinking about the satirical article that is kind of at the heart of what you were talking about. And I'm so glad that you mentioned, obviously, audience, stupid. And that these are the kind of people who would be in on the joke, as you mentioned, but also would never have visited one of these hospitals outside of some kind of like charitable event, which, let's be realistic, were probably held outside of them. So it made me think about like how conscious were they of the fact that this might actually be a model hospital, in that it was like a vast improvement on the like real life, kind of the real life hospitals that were caring for the people that this hospital would replace. I don't know if you can speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say I found it really difficult to get a sense of how the model and the article were kind of received. I'm still going to dig, but it's proving a kind of bit of a dead end. And I do think that the model itself was more often than not considered to be a representation of a current hospital or one they will build in the future, because it seems that they've I think maybe they've kind of intentionally played with the audience a little bit there to sort of suggest, look at this really modern, you've not seen a building like this. But you're right in that the majority of the readership of that magazine, and potentially the people that went to the exhibition, have not really experienced that kind of hospital, that kind of care that relies on charitable donations, the voluntary hospital aspect. So I think it is quite remarkable, like it's marked that they are not saying, look at all these people suffering because they can't afford it. They're saying, look at what we can provide if we've got the money in this kind of utopic thing. It's so clean. There is no sense of what actually happens in those rooms, of the function of the operating room, why there is the X-ray there and what it's used for. It's all about kind of the shiny new things. And I find that, I want to kind of dig further to kind of try and get a sense of what that kind of, what their idea and impression of a hospital was at that point. Was it still quite Victorian in some ways? Is it marked by war? Some of that people in that audience would be maybe provided medical care in the First World War, so would have a very good idea about what these kind of spaces would require, but it's very sanitized. That's what I kind of keep going back to. And what your first point about it being kind of, I find it very funny. This is why I'm so struck by this article, because it is ridiculous and hilarious at the same time, and I just kind of want to know more of why that's come about. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, the word I couldn't stop thinking about was twee. Like, it's just so twee. Sorry, thank you so much.
Mary, we have a question from Joanna Pino. Joanna asks, after the exhibition, what was the destiny or usage of the model?
So I think, although I don't have a kind of map or program or anything of where it travelled, but it seemed to go around different kind of, probably in major cities around the UK. And I did come across an article in, it was either The Lancet or Nature, or perhaps in both, from 1935, that still commented on about having been to see it. So it did seem to circulate for at least a few years after. And then I don't really know what happened to it, but it did ultimately end up being, archived, and it's owned by the Science Museum, and they've had it on display before, and then it went sort of back into storage for a while and is on show again. So it would be interesting to try and find out where it was in, say, like the 40s and the 50s. So I will, try and keep digging, but it's very hard to trace it. So I may need to find out when the Science Museum kind of acquired it, as it were.
Thank you, Mary. We still not have any question more, but I don't know, Jessica, if you want to just that. Okay, Elise, do we want to?
Yeah, I wanted to add something about what your initial commentary was pointing out, is this kind of surprise at having poems written which relate subjective, highly intense subjective experiences of asepticized places. And I think that in the poems I study, and there are many, because I'm building a corpus that covers the 20th century and 21st century, and I've reached more than 100 poems by good poets. And they relate this experience, which is at once physical, social, very social experience, and ontological. And I think that it starts here. I mean, what fits poetry? Why is it working with poetry? It's because it's an ontological crisis. It's a moment when death and life are so close to each other, where one's death is so close to our neighbor's death, but one's life as well. And I think it's extremely powerful. I mean, it produces extremely powerful poetry in spite of the asepticized environment. And there are, as Mary was saying, there are very funny pieces as well, very funny pieces of poetry too. So that's just what I wanted to add.
Thank you. Thank you. There is another question from Anna to Jessica. Anna asks, since these magazines are from the 1960s, some of the patients are still alive. Are there additional oral histories from these individuals?
Yeah, so Dingleton actually hasn't had any research done on it at all, apart from the stuff that I did previously for my master's. And I actually started collecting my own oral histories with staff. So I've got a collection of those that I'm working on, or have been working on transcribing and getting archived at the LHSA at Edinburgh University. And it's interesting, some of the key themes that come up in the magazines recur with staff in the oral histories as well. And this real sense of kind of Dingleton being this really creative place. And there being these tensions nonetheless, but it being a site of real kind of change and creativity. I didn't try to trace any patients, and actually in the magazines, their patient names they're just initials or pseudonyms, much like how they are in 19th century periodicals produced within institutions like Dingleton. So in that sense, a lot of it is already anonymized before I even started writing anything about their writing. So as far as I've been able to, I've mainly focused on oral histories with staff, but it would be great at some point, considering this is fairly recent history, to try and find some kind of people that were living there at that time and see what they have to say about it now.
Thank you, Jessica. There's another question from Joanne, both to Elise and Jessica. You brought us a very interesting experience of hospitals in the first person. What could these kind of sources could engage with other kind of sources to the study of hospitals?
Jessica, feel free to. Is it in terms of subjectivity again, subjective experience? I'm not really sure I understand the question. Jessica, do you have any idea?
I thought that it kind of meant the ways in which these sources can be used in tandem with other sources to kind of build up a picture of the study of hospitals. I think the main thing about these kind of sources is really bringing in that subjective experience and the experience of patients, which, although there's been a lot of kind of scholarship really since the 80s, kind of pushing forward this notion that the patient needs to be placed back in the history of medicine and into these stories, that I think there's still quite a lot of room for work to be done here, particularly in the history of psychiatry. And so I think that the main thing that it brings is a kind of a greater understanding of the experience of being hospitalized, the kind of relationships that are formed within the hospital, and kind of an understanding of how institutions worked not only as kind of medical spaces, but social cultural spaces as well. But in terms of other sources, I use mine a lot in tandem with kind of the official records of the hospital, looking at the writings of medical practitioners, psychiatrists, any kind of like annual reports to kind of really just understand the basics around the hospital and how the rationale behind the spaces, and then getting more of an idea of experience through patient writings as well as staff accounts.
And can I just add that my corpus is slightly different because, well, not that far from some of the pieces Jessica produced, but it's poetry. So the I may be the patient, the poet may be the patient, the I may be the poet, but may not be the poet. So my corpus is really aestheticized. Okay, it touches ontological experiences. Most of the poems have been inspired by the experience of the poet or by their kin, their friends, or whatever, but might not. So I'm slightly on the side, if you like, with my little or great poems, but it's a process of aestheticization, which I think does the job. Most of the time they touch, they do touch, the poets manage to touch reality, but they are still rewriting and making reality fit in stanzas, in verse. In those miniature, actually, that Mary pointed out earlier, the experience is framed, it is full of details, and the reader has this panoptic vision, actually, on the poem that's laid out on the page again. So it's intensely aestheticized, I guess.
Thank you, Elise and Jessica. I was thinking on the appropriate adjective to classify this a poet written, from the perspective of a hospital bed, and maybe, I'm thinking on the vocabulary, the words that were used in the excerpt of the poems that you presented us. And I think it's kind of uncomfortable and it's comical. There are there is some humor because we read a beautiful piece on an uncomfortable theme with unexpected words, the drops of blood, the stitches, the forceps, and that is it's challenging because we are more prepared to, more prepared to read different kind of words, lexical resources on the construction of a poem. So it's very uncomfortable sometimes, maybe, and it works also in some way, in a comical way, I think. Jessica, just the small question I had before. Do you know if there was some kind of I wouldn't call it censorship, but there was some filter on the texts that the patients could publish on these magazines?
So I actually wrote this piece as kind of like not a direct comparison, but I was looking at 19th century patient magazines produced in asylums in the UK and Scotland as well. And there is a sense of censorship in those. So although they're kind of presenting it as a publication produced by patients for patients, there is a sense that just from the tone of the articles that what's been being selected is either edited or is kind of are selected because their content is deemed appropriate. When it comes to this magazine, I think we're now in this kind of countercultural atmosphere of the 60s, and there's such a big emphasis on kind of open communication, people being able to say whatever they want essentially, and that is part of their treatment, that writing things that are controversial or outspoken or really putting across your point of view is going to help with your treatment because you're able to talk through those uncomfortable or confronting articles as part of your therapy. But there is also a sense, and that there, not necessarily censorship, but there's nothing really outrageous. There's nothing that really struck me as, okay, this is really striking against, or really rebellious, or really kind of questioning anything that would be considered the norm to an extent. So I do wonder if articles were still selected, and that anything that referenced something that would still be considered a social taboo were not included. And so I think there probably was still a level of censorship, although in terms of shifting from the 19th to 20th century, the extent of that censorship is much, much less.
Thank you, Jessica. Another question from Anna to Elise. Your poems speak to how the change in word design has allowed for the authors to experience and view the lives around them. Do you have poems in your corpus that predate these open words, or from individuals who experienced a solitary hospital experience?
Well, thank you for your question. Well, when I saw the call for papers, I immediately thought that I would have plenty of material to talk about space. And I realized, rereading them, that it might have been just an impression, because many poems don't talk about space, don't deal with immediate space, except for the bed. I mean, the bed is clearly the central focus of the poem, the spatial element, but space is many times replaced by time, a temporal experience. So there are solitary or experience, yes, solitary hospital experiences, but we have no idea within the frame of the poem whether they're in the ward, in a room, or isolated or not. So it's, if you like, off stage. This information is not mentioned.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elise. I don't know if someone has any question else to do. Okay, so maybe we'll finish this. Maybe, Anna, do you want to give the information for the next session, or the lunch break now?
Sure. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, André. We will be returning at 3:30 Lisbon time, so please enjoy the next hour or so. Remember that you'll be using the last link that I sent you in order to get back in. So you can't use the link that you used for this morning. You have to use the link for the afternoon. If you do not have it for some reason, send an email to the conference email address, and I will resend it to you. Okay. Have a great break, and we'll see you in an hour.